The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
I call bullshit. I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I always watch Pop Talk with Pacific414. Make it so.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Everything sucks. Yeah, that's what they say. Pop Talk
That's
is
right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. According to this song, everything sucks. We think everything sucks. The truth is, we're just honest, sometimes brutally honest. But along with Cash Money 007 and Baron Norman Tag, I am your host, Mike, and we got a few stories to talk about.
I know that ain't true.
But in the meantime, listen to the song by Baron Norman Tag's AI Band.
Every day is a chance to make it right. No need to dwell in the darkness. Time to shine so bright. Life's got its moments, some tough and some grand. But I won't let pop talks, negativity sticks, get me off my plan.
No, Greg on the drums was a little off on this song, so my apologies. We'll flog him later.
Life's
No
got
worries.
its moments.
Here we go. Everything sucks. The model.
Well,
The
according
model-
to Baron Norman Tag's song called Life's Misery, everything sucks. According to the song, Baron, Cash, and I were always saying, oh, this sucks, that sucks, everything sucks.
Mhm. Right, man. Everything sucks. We're haters. We're haters, man.
But not everything sucks. We do have a couple stories that we're going to talk about that doesn't really suck. I mean, Toonami, classic Toonami is coming back according to CBR, and they're going to be showing retro anime with 90s Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball and a few other shows. So that doesn't suck, does it? No. Another thing that doesn't suck, Nintendo has confirmed, confirmed their commitment to physical games. We'll find out more details on that. So that doesn't suck, especially for those of us that like having the physical copy in our collection and don't want to rely on a digital copy. And depending on who you are, this doesn't suck either. A Hot Wheels Transformers crossover, and it's going to be Optimus Prime, and this particular Hot Wheel will transform. That doesn't suck. The only thing that does suck is the price tag. But there's a fan out there that's going to pick it up.
Mike.
No, I already told you I'm not.
Well, they don't. I mean, we can pull the wool over their eyes.
I'm not going to.
Oh, I am. Nature my game, man.
We're also going to talk about a judge in New Mexico raising doubts about Alec Baldwin's Rust manslaughter indictment.
Mm.
We will also talk about Lollipop Chainsaw Re-Pop producer assures fans that original devs have the same feelings about censorship as you do.
Yay.
And we'll also take a look at an article from Bounding into Comics. Actually, both these articles are from Bounding into Comics, where a former Ubisoft contractor reveals a excuse me, rejected pitch for historically accurate franchise entry. I guess they tossed all that out for Black Samurai. We'll get into the details of that article and find out what they're exactly talking about. But first, gentlemen, let's go ahead and say hello to the chat. The first one here was T-Gap Steve. Good to see you, T-Gap. We also have everybody's favorite penguin besides Punk Waddle, Low Spec Linux Laptop. We also have the Pata Wannabe. And we also have Mario who says hi. Best Nintendo console? Oh, I'm going to go old school. I'm going to say the NES. That's the system that started it all for me. And also, Jet Sparks 373. Good to see you, Jet Sparks. Let me check the Rumble side, see if there's anybody over there. Not at the moment, but if you're lurking, it's good to see you. Because we always have lurkers. Always hide in the shadows, like a bunch of Romulan with their cloaking devices. So, gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into this first story here.
Oh, that seems kind of eager. You're peppy today, man. You're peppy.
Nothing wrong with being peppy.
No. It's just like you're
Nothing,
peppy today, man.
nothing.
I like the energy.
Nothing wrong with having a little pep in the step.
You know, you did forget the fourth member of Fandomology, though.
Whatever. He always says that same stuff each and every time. Yet he was the fourth member of the group last night. He may not admit it, but you were the fourth member. Remember that. This Centauri doesn't forget that, Phil McCracken. And neither does the Chinkar down there. Chinkar. The non. But anyways, we have this article by Spencer McCooley that was posted on the 17th. And it says, Lollipop Chainsaw Re-Pop producer assures fans that original devs have the same feelings about censorship as you do. We'll see, especially with what's happened recently with Stellar Blade, Sony in general, Microsoft, and also what's happened with the remaster collection of Tomb Raider, where they first, excuse me, included the posters in Tomb Raider 3, then they took them out due to an update, only to then, because of fan outcry, put them back in. So it says, once again, seeking to ease the fears regarding the remake's commitment to honoring its source material, Lollipop Chainsaw Re-Pop producer and CEO of its developer Dragami Games, Yoshimi Yasuda, has assured fans that the dev team behind the original release of the cult classic hack and slash title have absolutely zero interest in seeing their work subjected to censorship. Yasuda, who has also served as a producer on the original Lollipop Chainsaw provided this insight into the internal debate surrounding Repop's development on May 16th via a post made to his personal Twitter account. Therein, he informed the public in both Japanese and English, we, the original staff, have the same feelings about censorship as you do. At current, it's unknown just how many of Lollipop Chainsaw's original production team, if any, have returned alongside Yasuda to develop Re-Pop, though it's known that at the very least, director Suda51 and writer James Gunn, yes, that James Gunn, will not be among them.
Yay! Sorry, that was supposed to be my inside voice. My apologies. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. Not.
However, regardless of whether the original devs are taking a stance against censorship from either an internal or an external position, the fact that they are so willing and confident to speak up at all, even if it is via a collective statement issued by Yasuda, bodes well for the survival of Suda 51 and Gunn's original artistic vision. Well, like I was telling you guys off stream, if it comes out and you find out there's censorship, you know what I'm doing? I'm popping in the original PS3 version of the game.
Yay. You still got your
No.
PS3?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
That's how I was able to play Transformers War for Cybertron.
It's good to keep your PS3.
Well, I kept every gaming system I've had. That's very many, but no reason to get rid of it, man. Right?
None whatsoever. As noted above, this is not the first time Yasuda has affirmed Re-Pop's intent to release uncensored. Speaking to the subject during an October 2023 interview in Automatons, he said, now regarding the scenario and script of Re-Pop, we have decided to use the original Lollipop Chainsaw scenario and script without any changes.
Mm-hmm.
Pressed for details on the request of fans he had received, Yasuda detailed when we announced Re-Pop for the first time in July last year, we had used the word remake without any specific explanation, which caused some anxiety among fans of the original game. Excuse me, original game. That's understandable, especially in the current gaming climate and also cultural climate where they seem to want to be censoring each and everything they see on screen. And by they, I'm talking about the activists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got this the finger on the pulse here.
In the following period, we received thousands of inquiries via email and social media from fans containing questions and requests about the project. And among them, please don't change the game scenario and worldview. Please make it uncensored, were among the most requested.
Mm-hmm.
Not surprising.
The thing about Lollipop Chainsaw, to begin with, is it pokes fun at itself. And the genre it's in. Excuse me.
Well, not only that, when it first came out, it was already controversial. I remember the uproar over this game when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
How many years ago that is, I can't remember.
Yeah, that was
2013
when it came out.
Okay, yeah. And I just remember people going, "Oh, this is horrible. This game's horrible. I'm respecting my privacy. It's horrible."
A co-worker of mine was talking about it at work one morning, and said, I don't know, the concept seems kind of strange, but then, I watched some gameplay and decided, you know what, I'm picking the game up, and I'm glad I did because I had fun playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Goes on to say, from there, we made the decision not to make changes to the script, taking into account both the wishes of users and international reviews. He then recalled, As for requests for the game to be uncensored, we are also working on realizing this to the best of our ability. In other words, I'm gonna take a guess here as to what he means. There's some costumes that you can have Juliet wear once you buy
Mhm.
them that are probably gonna upset a few people out there, if you know what I mean.
What?
Yeah, if you thought they got upset about Eve wearing a leotard and Stellar Blade, there's some costumes in Lollipop
Uh,
Chainsaw that's gonna make them blow their minds.
well,
Uh-oh.
that was one of the complaints they had with that first time around was the outfit she's wearing and the violence and the. So I mean, even back then, people were bitching about her outfits.
Hmm. And it says, as of writing, Lollipop Chainsaw Re-Pop is currently on track to cut things up sometime later this summer.
Mhm.
So, this is a case where I'm not getting too ahead of myself, getting too excited, going, oh yeah, this could be uncensored. Because we heard Shift Up prior to the release of Stellar Blade saying, don't worry, there's not going to be any censorship. And then what happens? There's a day one patch where it
Mhm.
modifies the leotard that Eve wears and also changes the name of the one of the shops where you get your information.
Mm. Well, that's what I call a bait and switch. You get it, the people see it, they're excited, they go into a massive amount of gameplay, probably beyond the amount that Steam would allow, and then okay, do the switch. But I think one thing, and I was actually, believe it or not, I do think sometimes, but I was kind of thinking about this. Uh, there's a difference between the one company and the other. The one that's Japanese, right, for Lollipop. So, but Stellar Blade is South Korea. We do let's not confuse the two. Both are very, still very different cultures, and so they're more than willing, even though they got a regime on their back door wanting to promote censorship. South Korea is more than willing to bend to the activists because they feel they have to. Japan, they kind of have that attitude that, screw you, Jack. Usually, normally.
Usually.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's what the one thing to look at is like, there's your big problem right there. Quit looking at the one as the same as Japan. And yeah, Japan's had its issues. But more so, I think, with the Japanese company with this, especially game and especially with the outpouring of concern, uh, they'll take it serious because they've seen the backlash with the others. So that's kind of my take off of that.
Yeah,
Yep.
it could be the case, but I don't know how big Yosuda's new company is and whether they can basically throw their weight around and say to Sony, no, this game's going to be uncensored. Microsoft, no, this game's going to be uncensored.
Yes. This is
Mhm.
this is the problem. And we'll see what
Right.
happens until we don't know anything for sure until it comes out. So
Yeah,
Right.
we haven't even seen a trailer, a proper trailer for
no.
the remake of the game yet, and they're
Right.
still saying it's going to come out sometime this summer. So sometime this summer could be between now and mid September.
Right.
But if they keep their word and everything really is uncensored, then it will definitely probably make a lot of money. So
Well, I mean, let's kind of look at it this way too: is they've seen the outrage people have had, especially at Aspire with the Star Wars 1 and 2 collection for Battlefront, the classic.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and they've seen that, and they have also heard the complaints of the other properties out there that look at Tomb Raider. They had to change back to putting those posters in because people were just mad about it, upset, like wet hens. So they're seeing the more negativity towards this than capitulating.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm hoping that happens here. It's like, no, you suck. You do this stuff. We get people mad at us. We have reputation. Screw
Yes.
you, dolphin.
Well,
Screw you, whale.
also, don't forget now, uh, these companies can look at companies like Sony and Microsoft and say, we don't have to port this game over to your console.
Right.
There are PC gamers out there that'll buy this because
Mm-hmm.
I don't know offhand, and I'm not going to act like I do, whether or not, excuse me, Lollipop Chainsaw, sorry,
No worries. It's that time of year, folks.
I
Enjoy.
D-
No, I'm just letting our
But-
our watchers know that. It's like, enjoy. You're gonna
But
have it
anyways,
too.
I'm not gonna act like I know this information because I don't, but I don't know if Lollipop Chainsaw was ever released on the PC, and if it was, market before it was pulled, both physical and digital. I just know I saw the PS3 version and picked it up because I had my PS3.
I would not be surprised if they give the middle finger to these to like Sony or whatever. It's like, okay, we have to do all this stuff to be on, to have the privilege of being on your system. Screw you, whale. Screw you, dolphin.
It would be
And it's
Yeah.
because they know that we're here on the PC. I'm a PC player. When it comes around the PC and console wars, I could care less. I just like playing on the computer. That's what I'm used to. That's what I grew up playing on, is on a computer. I have a little bit of a hard time with these controllers with all these multitude of buttons. I'm having a hard enough time with this mouse with 5 buttons. But when it goes, I've been PC, and I hope that they see that. I'm sure they probably see the power of the PC player is an avenue not to ignore, and with that, I think they're willing to take that hit with Sony, and maybe Sony will capitulate because someone's actually standing up to them.
Well, it's also going to be interesting to see how Sony handles their business from this point forward. I'm not saying they're going to kowtow to any of the companies, but Square Enix has pretty much ripped up their contract for exclusives on the PlayStation
Right.
because it's not helping them.
Well, they should have
Right.
done it earlier, but yes. They'll
Maybe they couldn't do it earlier. That's the thing.
maybe not, but no, if they stand their grounds with this remake and say, look, we're not going to have our games censored. If you're going to do that, Microsoft or Sony, then you want to play hardball? Well, we will also. So we'll put this on Steam and we'll put this on the Switch if we can. They should find a way to put it on the Switch and then see what happens from there. But we just don't know, because we know that, well, the companies could say, oh, we'll do this, and then we'll have a Stellar Blade situation, but we'll see what happens. We still got a few months. So if they really keep to their word, I probably will finally get this game also. So
Right.
And the port has to be good too. The port has to be good. It can't be
Yeah.
some shenanigans like you were talking about, Aspire, with the Battlefront collection. Oh God.
But yet, even with the no ashtray, which bugs the hell out of you, Cash, I understand. Don't worry, I'm not mocking you. Look how popular. How popular the Dark Forces is.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was just very weird, Baron, that they did that. That's all. I like the port is fine. The remaster is fine, but it's just funny that they took something like that out. It's just a little one thing. I was like, wow, that really happened? And I looked it up. I said, oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like, well, yeah, exactly. I don't know what's going to go with that
Right,
one.
I mean-
I do know where I wanted to go with it, but I don't know how to approach what I wanted to say. But you got people that are so anti-smoking. They think because somebody's smoking is cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not necessarily that, folks. It's the fact that you have this bad guy doing it. Oh, I'm gonna romanticize myself as the bad guy, and I'm gonna start smoking the Star Wars version of cigars, which you had in the Lando Calrissian doing in the books and comics. So yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This vehemency. And I bet you one thing: if it was a ashtray with a doobie in it, or the Star Wars equivalent of doobie, it would not have been touched.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't
Right.
think it
Well,
would.
and that's just it. That's hypocrisy.
Yes.
You're being hypocritical there, folks.
Yep. If the character smokes, he smokes. You don't take that away.
Right. Right.
I don't care if it's cigars or whatever it is. You don't take that away from the character.
Yeah,
It's like if they were
cigars,
going to do a computer-generated version of George Burns.
Right.
Well, one of his trademarks in the 100 years that he lived was having a cigar.
Right. And if they do it, they got to do it right. It's in his left hand because he was left-handed. Yeah, I know too much shit. That's the trouble. That's the problem. It's like, this is what clutters my mind's full. Help me. Help me. But in all seriousness, no. Just because someone does that, don't go flip out. Don't put this to the same level as graphic sex and violence. Now we got to have a warning in front of things saying, okay, people, they're smoking in this. Oh!
Oh no!
Oh no!
As they go and grab their doobie, and start puffing on.
Yeah.
Now, again,
yeah, man, I got a real problem with there being smoking in this game, but I'm gonna smoke this doobie right now. Yeah.
This game has images that we don't really appreciate. Viewer discretion is advised. Oh, okay.
Yeah. But if a person pulls out a doobie, well, I suppose they call it under mild drug use. They'll call it mild drug use if they pull out a doobie. And that's about it. It's like, and not be even specific about it. But when they say that, they mean weed. And again, I'm not knocking people who do weed. As long as you stay at home, don't drive.
No.
Don't be a fucking moron.
But some of these people that smoke pot are the same hypocrites saying, well, you can't have this in the game.
Right. Exactly. If you have a character in the game that's puffing up the ganja, don't change him.
No.
Or her.
Nope.
I mean, hell, I'll even go so far to say, if you have a character in the game that is taking prostitutes in the bathroom so he can snort coke off her butt, don't change it. I'm serious because
I'm laughing at Low Spec's comment on Rumble.
Oh,
he says, "Hey, now I like boobies and doobies."
I'm not surprised. Right, but even so far to say people are drinking in this too, in their search to demonize drinking, right? And it is. They're trying to pull up another version of prohibition. 100 years later, it's like, well, let's go back in time. Let's go back 100 years and see why they got rid of prohibition. Okay, and you want this again? Because you don't like it. And the thing is if somebody is abusing it and doing some like driving, and I'll go across the board. You go out there and do your J's and you go out driving and you get in an accident or you get pulled over for erratic driving. DUI, baby, it should be the same as alcohol because it does impair.
Yeah, because you are impaired. You're inebriated.
Right. And like I said, just like drinking. Don't go out driving after, downing a bunch of White Claws. Well, never mind. You won't get drunk off of that. But Yeah.
Wait, Jace
But-
does.
Now, I know he's a
He
White
always,
Claw guy.
he always gets drunk off White Claw. How you doing, Jace?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yo,
that's a manly drink over there in Norway. Hey, look at this. It's mead flavored White Claw. I can drink 3 cases of it. It doesn't even affect me. I'm waiting for the FU.
He's gonna say it. He's gonna tell you to fuck off.
Yeah. No, both of us. He'll probably fire me. 1 week, you're fired.
Oh wait a minute! I cost you your job. Oh shit! That wasn't my intention.
No, I fell right into it though. It's like I couldn't help myself. But no, it comes down to these games, right? These games are fantasy. Obviously, this game is not for kids.
No.
So what does it matter?
No, it's not.
When you're hacking and slashing and Juliet's bouncing and literally.
Right. And notice they get upset about these games that you would, or a normal person would not allow their children to play. Shouldn't let their children play. Shouldn't even let. They shouldn't be able to see you playing it. It's like, are the kids in bed? Okay. Or make sure that door is closed to wherever you're playing the game, so you can quickly put it in pause mode and hide it. Come on, you guys have been looking at.
Oh, hey,
watching
honey,
porn
how you
enough.
doing? How you doing, honey? Oh, me?
Yeah.
Just on my computer.
Mm-hmm. It's like you guys have been surfing porn enough to know how to do the quick fade. It's like you can do it with your game too. Okay, so but that's just it. They're fixated. It's funny. They're fixated on this for adult games, but yet they will focus on the, shall we say, underage stuff and allow there's no problem with this.
And their minds, there is no problem with that stuff.
Right. And not only
Because
that,
they don't see that they're doing anything wrong, even though they are doing something wrong.
Right. I mean, especially when it's a game that is, kids that will go and play. Or let's take it one step further. Let's screw a bear. It's bear humping time. Oh, great. That's what I bought this game for. And yes, there are people who did. Those morons. They should. Yeah, hey, that's the clip I should find. They belong behind bars. I gotta find that clip somewhere. No, this is ridiculous. It's like, I hope that they stand up. I have more faith with them being a Japanese company. I have more faith in the fact that they're more than willing to stand up and flip the middle bird, because they've come to a point someone has to. And that will start a revolution in that area. Here's hope.
Like you're saying, someone has to stand up and say, enough. This game,
Right.
it's fantasy. That's all it is. It's satirical. That's the main thing about the game. It's satirical. Satirical take on things like, Night of the Living Dead and so many other zombie movies that have come out.
Right. And that's just it. The people today don't know satire because they live in satire. Satire is the real world. So they take a look at this and will naturally be offended because they cannot separate that. When you live in that world, you can't separate what's satire and what's reality. And a lot of these people sure as hell ain't in reality. So, am I living up to that song now about hating everyone and, Actually, no, it's more like I'm saying it's hope and love, because, we love these games. I've never played this game, but no, when I say we, it's a universal.
Here,
love these games.
Here's what I'll do. I'll pull up from my own stream of Lollipop Chainsaw. Yeah, it's only one part, but I'll just pull it up.
Are we going to be seeing boobs and blood just like anime? Because that's all anime is,
I remember that part of
to the misinformed, that's all anime is.
Yeah,
I remember that. I remember that part of the baseball field. Something to do with a baseball field in Lollipop.
Yeah,
Chainsaw.
that was one of the last parts I did in
Okay.
the gameplay.
What was she doing? Chopping heads off and seeing if she can get a home run?
Mm, something like that.
Now, that doesn't go so well after the rape of Nantine when they were doing that for real. But you know
Not
what?
my
I'm not holding it against
stream
them.
intro. Okay, so let me switch screens and then I'll hit play and you're gonna hear me twice.
So I'm just trying to cover my ass.
What?
Even though they're the most amazing ever,
Some of the copyrighted music is what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Someone have a humor. It's a fun game to play.
Remember those words. You have to have a sense of humor playing Lollipop Chainsaw. You don't
Right.
have a sense of humor, you're not gonna have fun.
2012 was actually a co-worker of mine that was telling me about it, and I laughed at him at first, but then he said, "No, Mike, you got to check out the video." So I checked it out. I said, "You know what? This looks like a fun game to play," and like I said, it is a fun game to play.
I'll get to some of the in-game.
Ooh, there we go. All right, this guy should be safe for now.
I'm still alive.
Pretty zombie medals.
Zombie medals. This could be a zombie game I'd play because I'm so tired.
Stream a
of
game
zombies.
other than Hogwarts, other than Mega Man. You know, just have a little fun.
Whoa, zombies suck dick at driving.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Awesome.
Come on. Here we go. Let's rank a few things. Get a few more medals. The more medals I have, the more I can spend at the shop for different skill upgrades and also music. There we go.
And see, you use more than your chainsaw. You just flips, you do kicks.
Right. I mean, it comes down to this. You know, this game has women in a woman in short outfits, like cheerleaders, swinging a sword around, killing things. You know this, and there's a lot of blood and such in there. It's like, you know, you gotta quit. Stop! I'm buying it. I'm convinced.
Quit being a prude. Shut up and take my money.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's just it. That's where the joke is, where they're bitching about it. It's like, stop! You quit trying to sell me on this. I'm sold. I'm getting it. You know, just like that meme I showed you about Stellar Blade, where the guy's complaining about it. And it's like, hey, you know, I'm cool, man. I'm going to get it. You don't have to convince me anymore. And they hate that part when you just throw that at them because it shows that it's the ultimate. I don't care. You know, I don't care about what you have to say. Because it's stupid.
I think I could safely speak for a lot of people when I say this, that a lot of us, we just want to sit down and have fun playing a game.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, don't take this game seriously. It's silly. It's supposed to be fun.
Yeah, but they're in satire land, so it's hard for them to do that. People probably feel that there are zombies out there and they can't wait to shag one. I know, it sounds disgusting, but it's like Tina or whatever on Bob's Burgers, who's got the obsession with zombies and butts, you know.
And yes, Jace, the James Gunn, the one who's now co-head of DC for Warner Brothers, was a part of the development and writing for Lollipop Chainsaw.
The leader of the DC Destruction crew. Going to take a lot to change my mind about that.
As long as the game holds true to what it is and it knows what it is, then it's going to be fun for everybody.
And see, yeah, I mean, with James Gunn, you can tell right off the bat. This is something right up James Gunn's alley with his humor and such.
Mm-hmm.
And expect to see this in the new DCFU, because this is what we can expect. Take Guardians of the Galaxy, add a little bit of this, and there we go. An obscure heroes in the DC line that no one's heard of in 20, 30, 40 years.
Yep. And
I mean,
we're
it's
not
just-
done. I was just gonna say we're not done with the game news, because we got a couple more articles.
What?
Yep.
When does my rage start? I just want to know. Let me cue me when I'm supposed to go into a rage, okay? Because I gotta keep up with that song.
I don't know if you're gonna go into a rage with this article or the next article. You may not.
Damn
Barry.
it! Damn it! I've been working so hard getting that going. I mean, right now I'm in a Carlton straight mood. Hi, I'm Carlton, your doorman. God, I wish I had his voice.
Because let's face it, we're not always on Pop Talk ranting and raving about something and losing our marbles.
Hey, Mike, I saw the contract you maybe signed in blood, and it said specifically I was supposed to go in the rants and raves.
No. That was Phil McCracken's contract that he had to sign.
Oh, maybe that was for Jace's channel too. I don't know. I lose track.
No. You're right. It was for Jace's channel.
Yeah. I
But
lose track.
when you have companies like Sony and Microsoft saying that they're going to get rid of physical media, and you also have, movie studios who
Yep.
aren't going to be releasing physical copies. Best Buy, as one of the box stores, isn't going to have physical copies. They don't have physical copies anymore in their
Mhm.
stores. Well, Nintendo confirms its commitment to physical games. Good.
Yay.
I'd rather have a physical copy of a game instead of a digital copy.
Yeah. And just as long as you don't tie it into being always online with your physical copy.
Yeah. So this is from My Nintendo News. Cash actually found this article.
He did something for once? Cool. I mean, I've hardly heard him in the show.
You know what, Baron? I'm going to send you to the Matrix.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
I'm going to put you in the dinghy, Baron.
But this was...
You're going to put me and Mike in the dinghy with one Slim Jim and a wet sponge for water. Okay.
No, I didn't say Mike was going in the dinghy. Just you.
So that's half of a Slim Jim and a smaller sponge. Okay.
Sure.
But this is from My Nintendo News. It's by Aiden. That's the only part of their name they give. They don't give a last name.
Yep.
And it says Nintendo confirms its commitment to physical games, posted on May 14th.
You know why he doesn't have that last name in there? Because he's cool, like Cher, Madonna, this guy.
Sure.
Tell her.
It says, in an era dominated by digital downloads and streaming services, the importance of physical media in gaming remains a topic of discussion. With Nintendo reaffirming its commitment to releasing physical copies alongside digital versions, it underscores the enduring value some players place on tangible game discs and cartridges. Some of us just like having the physical copy in our collection. This way, if we go to play said game when it's been pulled from every other digital outlet, we can just pop the physical copy into our respective system and get going.
Or more importantly, what if you lose internet connection? It's going to be down for a while.
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to play then if it's always online or if it's on a streaming service? Riddle me this, Batman.
You're not. You're not going to play it at all.
Right? That's the fact. Jack.
Goes on to say, for many, physical media represents more than just a means of accessing games. It embodies a sense of ownership and nostalgia. The ability to hold a game in one's hands, display it on a shelf, and share it with friends adds to the overall gaming experience. Moreover, physical copies can serve as collectibles cherished by enthusiasts and preserving gaming history for future generations.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of those games that are worth a lot of money now.
Yeah, if you try to get some games on eBay, they're asking for a lot, a lot of money. Star Tropics comes to mind. That's a high price game.
Well, I also when I got Star Trek Legacy at one, not it's not a GameStop, but similar, and it's a locally run, so they're not soulless bastards. I got it there, and I got it for a song. Told somebody about that, and they go, "What? They had it in there, and you got it for that price?" I said, "Yeah. Why? Is it rare?" He goes, "It's hard to get, man." So
Yep. I
hard to
have
play too.
my 360 version of Star Trek Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
It says as Nintendo president Shuntaro
Furukawa.
Funakawa, thank you,
Gotcha.
recently stated, our objective is not to simply increase the share of digital sales, but to maximize overall game software sales, including sales of physical software. The commitment to physical media underscores Nintendo's recognition of its importance to certain segments of its audience. Nintendo's decision to continue supporting physical media aligns with its business strategy, catering to diverse consumer preferences and maintaining strong partnerships in retail outlets. By offering games in stores, Nintendo ensures accessibility for a wide audience, including parents and collectors who prefer physical formats. Beyond consumer sentiment, concerns about the long term preservation of digital only titles drive the advocacy for physical media. The digital storefronts occasionally delisting games and platforms shutting down. There's a risk, of losing access to beloved titles forever. Physical copies offer a sense of security, safeguarding against potential digital obs- adolescence. Sorry,
What we are.
and ensuring continued enjoyment of classic games. I'm sorry, it's abstinence.
Yeah, absolutely.
By abstinence, yeah, I
I
practice.
Oh,
I
gosh.
will make mistakes. I will make mistakes, and I will correct myself, especially when I catch my mistakes.
No, it's just
I'm not perfect.
this. Nobody is, man. This is a situation that people just want to be able to have the physical copy and so on. And I know people will say, "Oh, well, you already signed a contract, so you don't exactly own it," and stuff, blah blah blah, whatever crap they want to talk about. But you still have it in your hand. You can still put it in the Switch or put it in the Sony PlayStation. Hopefully, that they're not going to be like. I would rather, if they're going to do any of this, like with Sony, with the PS5, you have a digital only if people really want that craziness, or you have one where you're going to put in the disc still. Because people still
Right.
want that convenience. I don't hear a lot of people say, no, let's go into that future. But when people are like, let's take this away, when we've had this for so many years, that's a huge problem because these are options that have worked for so many years. So I'd rather have good options.
Right. Well, yeah, and it should be telling. I think everybody, whether it's people who want movies, good movies, bad
Yeah.
movies, it doesn't matter. Just any film that they'd be interested in having. Our video game, if you're getting it digitally, and I can't remember, was it Tim Cook or was it Bezos that sat back and said, just like you said, you don't really own this movie. You just basically bought this as a rental for life.
Bezos.
Bezos, yeah. That cork sucker.
Yeah, he can be a pinhead with things. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, he is. He
Mhm.
is an absolute one. Here you are. You start out with your company. You're selling books, so you'd think, censorship bad.
Right.
Because we got how many times you put out your banned book series on your Amazook, and going, oh, look at these books that were banned. But while we're at it, we're going to take this off because it offends us.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
now they have certain things in other categories and other things in different categories, basically saying, "Oh, well, this has to be in this category because this represents this and these politics." It's stupid. These things are dumb.
Well, and that's what we're also sitting back saying there. You do have these discs, as long as it's not
True.
online only. And
Mhm.
yeah, you can get that bait and switch there. That's where you're careful. And
Right.
no, I thought I said that earlier. Maybe I didn't because my brain Swiss cheese. But that's where you have to
You're
look
good.
at it. Online only, whether it's physical media or if it's a Steam account or Epic account or whoever.
Well,
Be careful.
let's bring in another perspective of physical media. There are some movies and shows that are on DVD, but they're not on Blu-ray.
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
Crusade, the
Mm.
Babylon 5 movie collection.
Yeah,
There's two
I
right
don't
there.
get that. I don't get that. If
Mhm.
you're gonna have the Blu-ray, especially the whole collection, give people everything. I don't, especially if you're gonna pay $100 and stuff. I mean, it's nice. I'm not saying the 5 seasons isn't nice, but give them the
Well,
movies too. Or like you said, Baron, we've talked about, give them another Blu-ray that has all the movies on it.
and they
Mhm.
might be. I mean,
I hope so.
maybe this was a test. This was a test of the emergency Babylon 5 system. And
This
if
is a
this took
test of the
off,
Babcom system.
you're right there. And now that there's more freedom to do stuff with Babylon 5, since that schmuck isn't with them anymore, that was holding everything back because
Right.
it wasn't against Babylon 5 per se. It was against anything to do with P10 because he didn't like P10, our Primetime Entertainment Network, even though it was still Warner's Brothers, but he had an issue with it. He didn't like it. So everything got persecuted on that. Hopefully that will open up Kung Fu, The Legend Continues. Also, our what was that time? That cop through time again?
Time tracks.
Time Tracks. Thank you so much. Our Bennett TV series, just to let you all know. Maybe that'll open up for those that come out and hit the old nostalgia scene. Let's pray. I mean, the only thing that we aren't going to probably get is Crusade because there's something between them and TNT sucks.
Even though they're under the same umbrella because of different contracts.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, and he's made it known that he's not revisiting it, not because he has anything against it, but
he can't legally do it.
Right, exactly. And so many of us want to have that series, whether it's book, animation, it doesn't matter. We want to see the end of how this story goes. So, yeah, I think there will be that Babylon 5 movie collection coming out. Maybe the thing that's holding it up, I don't know, I could be wrong, is the fact that the one movie in there is a tie-in to the Crusade, kind of introducing us to Call to Arms is, by the way, the name of the movie. Is a tie-in to introduce us to the universe of Crusade. So I don't know. Again, it's all this legality crap that's behind the scenes that we're not privy to.
All right, so moving on to our next story. We've all heard about. I can't say I've watched the Shogun series on Amazon, but I've heard from a lot of people how good the series happens to be, and some people are well versed into Japanese history. Well, Ubisoft made an announcement about a new Assassin's Creed game, and some people have called them out on their error. They're historical
Right.
error.
Let's call them what they are. They're haters. They're haters. That's all they are. Is haters. Haters. They hate it all. That's all they do is they hate, hate, hate. That's why it's coming out there. Back to you, Mike.
We have this article from Bounty in the Comics, and it's by Peter Pinsky. I'm
Let me
trying.
take a look. Let me take a look at that. Pishki. Yeah, Pishki.
Pishki. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
it
have to
says,
go take a
following
Pishki. Think about that.
following Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer premiere, former Ubisoft contractor reveals rejected pitch for historically accurate franchise entry. I guess they tossed all that out for Black Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
With the debut of Assassin's Creed Shadows, first trailer, a former Ubisoft contractor has alleged that the gaming giant rejected his pitch for a more historically accurate feudal Japan era franchise entry in favor of presenting players with a more progressive narrative.
Okay. You know what that called for?
hell you say?
Yep, that's why that clip's there.
Mm-hmm. And we need to use clips a little bit more. We've been falling down. We realize that we get the hate mail. We get the hate mail. The haters hate on the haters. So we're going to try to keep that up. But back to you, Mike.
Right, I'm just making sure I post the link to the article on the Rumble side.
Okay. See, I do this babbling to give Mike a chance to do this stuff or recover from a pollen attack, which I can wholly sympathize for. I get it, but not as bad as him. So people, please be kind and rewind.
According to the ex-employee, known on Twitter as Infantile Comic, and whose affiliation with Ubisoft had, and the project was independently verified by this article's author, he had originally pitched a Japanese-era Assassin's Creed title back while working for mobile game company Area Game Studios, now Game Ago, in 2013.
That's a good name.
You know what? You think that Ubisoft would have capitalized on the popularity of Ghost of Tsushima? That game came out on
Ooh.
PS4.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a game I'd like to play.
Yeah. Well, it's come out on PC now too. So yeah.
I thought it was on that Turtles, the last turtle or whatever.
No,
that was.
no,
That was the
no,
inspiration.
Not the last
wasn't it?
Ronin. Not the last.
Oh, it wasn't that one? Oh, I thought that was the inspiration for it. In fact, that's what they should have done with this. They should have the last Ronin.
The last Ronin is actually not only getting its own live action movie adaptation, but it's also getting its own video game.
Yeah, I knew that. That's why I was. See, I was tying it in. See what I was doing there, man? Because I'm good.
There's a quote here where he says, I worked on some narrative elements for the Shingoku era of Japan for Assassin's Creed back in 2013, 2014, when I worked under contract in San Jose, Tokyo area. Wrote the former contractor in response to a criticism of Shadow's announcement from from fellow Twitter user Mangalore, or however you say it.
Yeah, I think that's how you say it.
I guess they tossed all that out for Black Samurai and some cannon destroying Konochi bots.
I'm just impressed you were able to say Shinjuku.
As am I. I'm so glad I'm not in that industry anymore, he added. I guess it's only fitting that my contributions to these studios vanished like everything else I worked on. Every MMO shooter I have worked on has been shut down.
That's frustrating.
It goes on to say that from there, the user details how, while working on an ultimately unreleased build of the now shuttered Assassin's Creed Memories iOS game, he had helped put together both official lore documents and story treatment for a mainline series title set in Sen Goku era of Japan. The treatment, as shared by the former contractor himself, bears a striking similarity to what has been shown so far regarding Shadows, such as it featuring of historical figures, uh, Nom, Nobunaga, I probably said that wrong, Oda and Toyotami Hideyoshi. Again, I apologize if I'm butchering these names.
Mm-hmm.
However, in a stark difference from Shadows, rather than the historically agonamic, come on, Mike, say it. Agonamic. Can one of you guys take over? I got a call.
Oh, okay.
Nabu Gaga Yaga. That's I'm not saying that. Right.
Nabu Gaga?
That was
Lady Gaga?
not Lady Gaga.
Oh, okay.
Namu
And,
Naga. Is that a
Okay. I don't know, man. Come on, man. Corn Pop's a bad dude. Let me just find that.
Nabu Naga. That's how you pronounce that. Okay. These words are crazy.
Mm-hmm. Is this the story? No. That's the story yet to come. Okay. Well, I can't believe we're on the second topic. So, okay. So, according to the ex-employee known as on Twitter as Infinite Comic, and yeah, I know we read this, but it gets me back to where we were. Whose affiliation with Ubisoft and the project was independently verified by this article author. He had originally pitched the Japanese era Assassin's Creed title back when they were working on a mobile game company, Area Games studio, now called Gameco, in 2013. That was ages ago. Remember that? That was before the Koof. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. At least a few years before it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I worked on some of the narrative elements for the Shinoku era of Japan for Assassin's Creed back in 2013, 2014. I've been working up on my Japanese, by the way, folks.
Good, me too.
Yeah, I'm trying to. That's why I like NHK. Where was I, though? When I was working under contract with the San Jose Tokyo, wrote the former contractor in response to a criticism of Shadows announcement from fellow Twitter user at Manga Lawyer. I guess they
lawyer,
Manga and then lawyer. Yep. I guess they tossed all that out for Black Samurai and some canon destroying Konichi boss. I'm so glad I am not in the industry anymore, he added. I guess it's only fitting that my contributions to the studios vanish like everything else. I worked on every MMO shooter I have worked on has been shut down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. And then there's the big, huge tweet that he's got there. Boom, boom. From there, Infinite Comic detailed how, while working on an ultimate release build of the now shuttered Assassin's Creed Memories iOS game, he had helped put together both official historical lore documents and a story treatment for a mainline series title set in the Sengoku era of Japan, not to be confused with the Edo period of Japan. Two different things. This treatment, as shared by the former contractor himself, bears a striking similarity to what has been shown so far regarding Shadows, which has its feature of historical figures Nobunaga Oda and
Nobunaga.
Okay.
Yeah, Nobunaga. Yeah.
Tomi Yosho.
It's getting better at this, dude. All right.
Yeah, I am. I'm watching NHK and you know the pronunciations of thing. You know, I was going through a whole series of words I was going to start using in the show and confuse everybody. However, in stark difference from Shadows, rather than the historically enigmatic Yasuki and the seemingly modernized Kanochi Nail, this patch instead focused on a sole Japanese protagonist, Yamachi Taka, a young monk who joins the Assassin's Order. Oh, now we get into the juicy stuff here, folks. The main conflict was about the Sword of Eden, aka Excalibur, Genghis Khan's sword, etc., and how it had given its latest wielder, Oda Nobunaga, an unfair advantage in his conquest of Japan or Nippon, Nippon, and in his conquest of Nippon, explained Infinite Comics after Nobunaga is assassinated by Hadatori Hanzo. Taka becomes part of the Brotherhood and under Hanzo is trained as an assassin shinobi. The Brotherhood tried to transport and recover the recovered sword out of Japan, but are bested by Jesuits, Templar ships, and it is lost. Lost. Can you believe that? Bad Templar. Bad Templar. To make matters worse, no Holy Grail for you. So to make matters worse, Hanzo is assassinated as he considers retirement as a monk. His lord, Tokugawa Ieyasu, charges Taka with finding the killer and recovering the sword. So, what, the assassin gets assassinated? So now we got to find out who assassinated the assassin while getting a lost sword that the Templars are not going to get the no grail for you for. Okay, I see. I told you it was going to get interesting, folks. Despite Nobugaga's successor, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, according to acquiring the sword and going on a rampage that extends into Korea, Taka steals the sword back, and Mad Daimyo loses his power, weakening his campaigns in Korea. He detailed insist by the theft. Toyotomai believe he was betrayed by the Templars and basically exterminates all the Jesuits, Templars, in Japan. Taka infiltrates Toyotomi castle and faces him in a final battle, resulting on Toyotomi's death. So, boy, that's a complex stuff. That's pretty complex. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah.
Yes, definitely, dude. Mm-hmm.
Bringing his recollection to a close. Too bad he can't do a game like this solo or to another company. I'm serious. I change some aspects of it, and boom, there you go. Bringing his recollection to a close, Infinite Comics ultimately concluded the ambitious Daimyo. Okay. Is left to die as Taka slips away. You see that? Mike corrected me. I like that. Slips away before his retainers could intercept him. Now, the now seasoned assassin spares Toyotomi. I figured I've been saying this so often. I should know it. Infant heir, knowing the clan has lost its teeth and will eventually weather without Hideyoshi. Leisuyu begins his ambitious power grab, demanding Taka and the Brotherhood give him the sword and help him wipe away. I'm not even going to go with the Latin. I'm just as bad in Latin. I know nomine patre and stuff like that, Pax Christi, but that's about the most. All of his enemies from Japan to fully united under his clan's banner. Taka and the Brotherhood decline and vanish into the shadows with the sword. Pressed by fans for further details, Infinite Comics would reveal not only that his pitch would have left itself open for sequels, as the story treatments I worked on ended with the death of Tomi Yoshi, and didn't follow through with the conclusion of the Sengoku Jidai, whatever. But again, no disrespect. It's just my mouth can only work certain ways.
That was absturge, Baron. That a Latin word that you were.
Oh, thank you, absurd. Okay, I should know that because that's where you. Okay.
Absurd. Yeah, go ahead.
But also, yeah, you know what you did? You called up Google and had them play the word for you. But also the fact,
Maybe
guilty, yeah, guilty. But also the fact that that's what I do. But also the fact that while it did not feature a female ninja as the protagonist, there was a scenario in the original treatments where Taka and Hanzo had to assassinate a noble woman, assassin turned Templar, wow, that was running an orphanage of girls, all trained to be Kanochi, basically a female shinobi. And I don't know if I'm not looking at Mike's thing, but as you can see, there's.
I'll go ahead and take it from here, Baron.
Oh, you will? Okay.
All right.
Good. I'm suffering too much, but I do like the phrase "hot ninja chicks."
Finding myself intrigued after reading the tweets, I proceeded to reach out to Infidel Comics for additional information, particularly regarding any proof of his claims that he might be able to share. Responding to my message, he proceeded to provide me with proof of his employment in the form of a number of design documents related to memories bearing metadata date of September 28th, 2013, almost a full year before the game actually released in July 2014. From there, I performed my own independent investigation into his background, during which I was not only able to confirm his prior employment at Area Games, but also discovered his past video game work portfolio, which itself contained a number of memories, art, assets which had been created prior to the game's release. As noted above, Infantile Comics' pitch bears a striking similarity to what has been shown thus far of Shadows, particularly in how both are set in the specific Sengoku era, and feature a heavy focus on historical Nobunaga. Come on, Mike. That word I can't say. To this end, some have questioned whether or not Ubisoft borrowed elements from the Area Games pitch to use in their next official Assassin's Creed title. Wouldn't surprise me. Happens all the time.
It's Naga, Mike.
Thank you, Cash. Thank you.
I got you, buddy.
Well, remember, he's our Japanese expert.
I'm working on these words. Well, down in the comics, really putting us to the test today. It seems.
Cash is turning Japanese. He's turning Japanese. He really thinks so.
In pursuit of an answer, Bounty in the Comics has reached out to both Ubisoft and Gamigo for comment on the matter. As of writing, neither entity have offered a reply. Not surprised. But rest assured, if either of them do, we will update this article with their respective responses. So, are any of us surprised about this? Where the story idea for a game was pitched, an idea for a game was pitched years ago,
Mm-hmm. This has
and
happened many times, unfortunately. Yep.
yeah,
Mhm.
the company rejects it only to later use it and then put their own historical
Mhm.
spin on it.
Right.
You know, forget if it's accurate or not. We're gonna add our own spin to this.
Yeah, just say it's a myth and be done with it. It's just, but they can't do that. So
Well, yeah.
You could say it's a work of fiction.
Mm-hmm. A fantasy. This is a fantasy. Don't take this as real history. But no. They probably saw Black Sabbath anime and go, "Oh, this is real history, man. This is real history. Let's do something about this because they had this Black Samurai show."
yes.
And I hope the female ninja assassins are not running around with the black outfits because they would only do that for covert operations. They were assassins. They wore everyday outfits. They blended in. They as their job is. They needed to get close to their target. So one would look like some market person on the street. Another one would be like a servant in a manage to make themselves into a servant of where their target is. Then, when least expected, do the dirty deed and get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, make sure nobody catches you.
Mm-hmm. Or the fact that who it was that sent you. So again, there's a lot of mythology about these things that that people go out and they promote as real, just like the dime store novels of cowboys and the legends that rose up.
Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan.
He was a real man. There was I don't know if that was his name, but there was a Paul Bunyan. He was a lumberjack, and he must have been a bigger guy than the rest of it. And just like we joke about Cash's chin and all that, the story became more wild and wild and wild, and passing on in the different iterations of it. Pecos Pete, Johnny Appleseed, who was again a real man, but look at the legend that came up around him. John Luther Casey Jones, another one. Not John Henry, who was a black man working on the railroad, and there was one. And when they say about he was buried at the White House, it's like no. They're not talking about Washington D.C. There was another type of one, but they just hear certain words and boom, instantaneously it starts becoming without even looking further into what is tradition.
What's fact and what's just exaggerated fiction, which is what myth is. Exaggeration.
Right.
Well, the biggest. Go ahead, Baron.
Oh, and folklore. I was going to say folklore too.
Yeah. The biggest problem with it's just like the Star Wars game is these games are definitely overpriced, and that's the big problem. It's not so much that they turn this guy into Black Samurai like that. That's annoying, but because they're not saying it's a myth, and then you got the media, even IGN, being stupid again about this and saying like this is factual. But the biggest problem with this is these games, especially the latest games that are coming out for Ubisoft, they're overpriced. That's a huge problem in itself.
Right. And and forgive me for this. Because it's going to sound charged and impolite and politically not correct. Well, I'm not. I'm not going to. I'm not that. Any of that. It's like I just sit back and speak my mind. But with these movements that you have right now, where a certain segment of a racial ethnicity and the allies that follow them all go out there and claim, the blacks were first with everything. And there were these historical figures, really, and they were whitewashed, which is absolutely poppycock. And how, they made all these advances, again, which is poppycock. And now with the case of Black Samurai, there were samurais too. Again, poppycock. Forgetting the actual history that these people, like George Washington Carver, amongst others. The fact that you have a folklore about a black man out there that was doing these things to prove man's humanity, and that humanity spanned every ethnic group.
Yes.
Mhm.
Who would have thought? Back in the time when you would think, oh, no one would ever do that. No. There were ists and phobes back then, but yet a popular folklore about a real man who happened to be black. And let's ignore all that, and let's go with the we made the pyramids, and we ruled Egypt, which means, oh, you were ruling Egypt back then. Does that mean that you had slaves? Did you just condemn yourself? No, we were Beethoven. No, we were Beethoven, and he was really that. It's like, again, I want to reiterate, it is not the entire ethnic group. Again, it is a small segment of them and their sickle fit follower allies. Just go on the Facebook or the Twitter, and you'll find them, and you'll see the ridiculous claims. I mean, they go so far to
You'll
say
see
that
these
they
ridiculous claims because there are groups of people being used as props.
right. And there are those that are more than willing to go that way. Just like you have other small segments out there of ethnicities that's doing the same thing. And let us not forget the Hail Bopanots, which was a cult, and what happened to them. I mean, you have that certain segment that
They took their
that,
own lives because they
Mhm.
were brainwashed. Let's just face it. They were brainwashed into believing what the cult was about, what was going to
Right,
happen to them with the
right.
comet and
The alien ship following it.
mhm.
And again, this segment also believes that crap. They believe there was an alien that came and put down, gave us humanity, which is a people of color, and then he got mad and gave them white people to be the demons and the devils to embed, be cruel and whatnot. They'll just BS on top of BS. I mean, it's very ist. It is very ist completely. Just like just like the 3 strikeouts, and you know what I mean when I say three strikeouts, Mike, because you're a baseball guy. The letters that they use.
Mhm.
Just like them, just like those that worship a certain group that was in Germany between, I'd say 1932 to 1945. And yes, Animos, you're absolutely freaking right.
Yes.
This is the gullible followers. Gullible followers.
Because we all go from the point of being people to being sheeple, believing in
Right.
anything and everything that someone tells us because it sounds too good to be true. Not so much that it sounds too good to be true, but it sounds so good that it must be true.
Right. Or it fits your living in satire world narrative. Because everything that you know of history has been movies. Everything you know of history has been anime. Everything you know of history has been television shows. In search of, I mean, name it, all the way across the board. Just like, you're watching Ancient Aliens and, oh my God, this is all true. This all really happened. Aliens. It's like, they lay in bed with their naked butts in the air, hoping that they get abducted and get the probe. They were excited about that. They want that to happen to them. Literally.
There's still arguments about the moon landing. Did it happen? Did it not
Oh,
happen? Was it actually on the
right.
moon, or was it in some elaborate studio?
Right. I mean, and sadly, that's increasing. And let's not forget, there's a lot of satirical sites out there, but sometimes it's hard to figure out which one is satirical, which one are not. And yeah, I subscribe to them because I need a good laugh. But the flat earthers, excuse me, the earth is round. Okay, it's shaped like a burrito, but okay, but it's not flat. It's not. Hey, look who's joined us. Am I making your blood vessels about to pop out there, old DJ Ronnie G? By the way, nerd.
And I hate to break it to people also that you brought this up just a little while ago, Baron. Like, not one race only built America. I know, shocking, but it's not.
What?
I know, right?
Or the world. Or the
No,
world.
exactly. Gosh.
Not just not the United States, but I'm talking the whole freaking world. This is not, again, people are going to go, oh, you're hating. No, on the contrary, I'm defending. I'm defending everyone out there, every ethnicity out there. Because when they start getting so ridiculous with these claims, how soon are they, is it that they're going to be dismissed by everybody and nobody cares about them and thinks all they are is foolhardy? Again, not because the majority is following it, but the loud minority satire crowd. The ones that cannot separate satire from real life.
Right.
I mean,
remember the tabloids in the grocery stores? You know,
Oh,
you see
yeah.
the Sun and a few others. You know, say, 50-foot man with a 6-foot wife. You know, that's an exaggeration of a headline, but they would come up with these, out of left field headlines. Bat Boy and all this, and
oh yeah,
some people would buy it like it was legitimate. Oh,
Right.
did you see that? It's like, no,
and
that's tabloid. It's not real.
Mhm.
It's fake news.
And it's bad. Well, we call it photoshopping. But the thing is the World Weekly News, which Bat Boy came from, they never hid the fact that this was tongue-in-cheek satire. They were making fun of it all. Even though you did have ones that were bringing stuff like this reality.
Still bought
Oh,
it.
I know. I knew people who did. It's like we try to explain, no, this is, there's a B-25 on the moon. And the one guy is absolutely believing it. But, and not to be mean or anything, but he was special needs. And it's not an insult on it, but with that, there's that gullible streak that they had. And it's like, no, it's right there in the front. No, that's fake. That's a joke. So now what we do, of course, we got the anime, which the anime makes it well known that this is not history, not to be taken serious. But the Black Samurai series or Afro Samurai, I can't remember. Maybe there's both of those. I don't know. Right. And now this, amongst all the other stuff. Now, mind you, even Nation of Islam pushes that it was aliens that populated this planet with the black people and the white people are devils, right? But let's go on the other side. Scientology does the same frickin' thing to a degree. Aliens came and inhabited blah blah blah, and look how many gullible people that we have there, including Mr. Couch Jump.
Very true.
So yeah, so I'm not just knocking one ethnic group here. I'm going after the fact that everybody gets sucked into this. Don't get your history from this. Don't get your history from somebody who wrote a book because he read a book, and now he knows everything. And he's copying. Yeah, that's what there is. What do you know about this? Oh, I read a book. I was told by someone who read a book, and he told me everything I need to know. So I'm an expert. Or I read a book. I read a history by Gore Vidal, who's a fraud. Right. It's like history is more than just one book. It's hard
It's
work.
multiple sources. Sources.
Yeah, you better like reading. Yeah, you better like reading, and you better like going and seeing lectures and talks, because this is in debates, because it's what it's all about. What if? I mean, look at this very credible documentary coming out, Queer Planet. Oh my! And yes, YouTube, that's the name of it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So come on, we're not what
you can look it up. You know what? I'll go ahead and pull it up right now.
See right there. See, trans automobiles.
Oh, Baron.
It says it right there. Transforming vehicles. What is he? He's going to go from going from a Peterbilt to a Volvo? What? Or what, man? Come on, man. Back to you, Mike.
All right. But anyways, gonna share this. Look, Peacock Original, Weird
Mhm.
Planet,
Oh,
right
okay.
there.
Yeah, see? I want you to say it's a joke, and you take a look at all the people who's involved in it. I'm sorry, I wouldn't trust you with anything, least alone taking a bath.
Mm.
I look at things like this, and we've talked about this just a few days ago, Baron.
Yeah.
It just seems to me propaganda, and people can say whatever they want, but it's just like, is this actually true, or are you guys just pushing something? I'm gonna
Question
go with the second
everything.
one.
Question
Exactly.
everything.
Right. I mean, the one thing, just like we sat back and said, was to assert dominance. Oh, no, that's not what it is. Then why is it when you're trying to train a dog to make sure they know who the pack leader is, aka the owner, sometimes what you have to do is come behind them and press your legs against their hips back there. And that's the simulation of what a pack leader does to assert its domination. It's not attraction. It's about, asserting, hey, I'm the boss. Look what I can do to you. Just like a lot of prison, when we hear stories like on Oz and all that, again, it's not necessarily same sex. It's more the fact, you my bitch now. So back to you, Mike.
All right, so we have this article from Superhero Hype, and it says Optimus Prime becomes a fully transforming Hot Wheels. This is by Luke Thompson. It says, in an alliance that would once have seemed unthinkable, Mattel and Hasbro have joined forces to make the leader of the Transformers Autobots part of the top-selling line of toy cars in the world. Hot Wheels is no stranger to licensing. They've done Star Wars themed cars before, among many others, but for Mattel to make an official Transformers toy that transforms is akin to dogs and cats living together mass hysteria. It's Morphin Time, wrong franchise. Wrong franchise. Luke.
Did they say it's morphing time in there?
Yes, right here, Baron. Right here. It's Morphin Time. Wrong franchise, Luke. That's Power Rangers, not Transformers. It's
what
I'll try to
hell?
do it with the way my voice is right now.
Oh yeah,
It's
there it is.
Autobots transform and roll out. I am Optimus Prime.
Mm-hmm. See, the thing is, I was trying to look in the actual text, not seeing that.
Well, yeah, it's weird because you see that it's Morphin Time. It's like, no, well, hold on a minute. That's Power Rangers. Yeah.
That is the wrong franchise.
That's right.
Megatron, take it away. I will gladly take it away, Prime.
Extinction to all traitors!
I'm surprised they didn't say GoBots. GoBots.
Let's back up. For a long time now, Hasbro has had Hasbro has had a rule that while other companies besides themselves or Japanese licensed partner Takara can make Transformers toys like 3-Zero's high-end replicas or Super 7's cartoon-based Ultimates, nobody else is allowed to make toys that actually transform. This rule has seen minor erosions as the Robosun auto-transforming figures are a co-production with Hasbro using the former's proprietary technology. Lego has really the first big brick to fall through with its Optimus Prime set that could convert without requiring a rebuild. Hasbro was asking $139 for that. And that came out. Eesh.
And Mike has that proudly on his show.
Nope.
Transform for me, Optimus. Come on, Optimus. Transform.
Nope. Hot Wheels seems like a bigger deal because it's arguably competitive with Transformers in the toy vehicle space. Physical toys, however, no longer have the same hold on kids who grew up with virtual fantasy worlds, and adult collectors place a premium on
Mhm.
dream items that could never exist before. Hot Wheels Optimus Prime is one such toy and will only be available online at Mattel Creations. It's possible Hasbro Pulse may get some, but don't hold your breath. The figure launches May 21st, so in a couple days, at 9
Mhm.
a.m. Pacific time, and potential buyers will be well advised to get quick on the draw. Hot Wheels are super collectible and dodgily pursued by scalpers, premium, and rare ones even more so. Hot Wheels Optimus Prime's transformation is based on that of the original toy, removable fist and all, at about half the size and with more die-cast metal. He runs $80. That's right, folks, $80 for this Hot Wheels Transformers crossover. 80
Half
freaking
the
dollars.
size.
And only half the size. Yeah, I'm gonna pay $80. I could pay $80 and pay for utilities,
Mm-hmm.
depending on how much I
Well,
use per month. I mean, now that we're getting into the summer months, it's gonna be a
mhm,
lot higher than that. But
mhm. Well, again, this is they're going off of the basis that us collectors out there have more money than brains, or even if we don't have the money, the impulse is so much there. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Do you see what they got there? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I gotta get it. Then they find out they're living in a van down by the river, but they still got their collectibles.
Yeah, don't buy these collectibles if you can't afford them. That's for sure. Oh, this looks
Well,
amazing. I want it. I want it. I want it. Oh shit.
and to take a couple steps back to what Mike put in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Between the toys becoming collectibles in the online or tablet games and such like that, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think the one led to the other. Honestly, toys becoming so expensive that kids, it was you didn't buy these for kids anymore because they are too collector focus based. So
Yes.
when you got that, what you kind of push to? Well, they give them the tablet or even the
Yes.
computer or the console and let them
Right.
play in their little pixel virtual world that
Yes.
might disappear tomorrow, right?
True.
But my argument is the one led to the other. Good job, Hasbro. Good job, right now with Hot Wheels because they're starting to do the same thing. And I'm sure the reason why one of the reasons why the price is high is the licensing fee between the two.
I'm sure that has
They,
something to do with it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and yes, I am not surprised that they're doing this. It's no surprise because like everybody, both sides smell the money.
They do.
Tell me the money. Back to you, Mike.
He's not back yet.
Okay, I'll continue on then. And this is again not a rant. This is just pointing out in a theory. I want kids to appreciate and play with these physical toys again. Back in the day,
Yes.
these Transformers were expensive,
Yes.
so you were appreciative of what you got.
I agree.
For me, again, my toys, which is sitting in my closet over there, and it's a big closet, by the way, it's not a small one, and also other places, was Star Wars. That's all I wanted. It was easy to shop for me. The new Kenner Star Wars toys. Boom. And you know what? They're priced enough that parents could get them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you had some of the really fancy ones that you had to be a good boy, or so you could get it for your birthday or for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the USS flag for G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe was mostly affordable, but then you had that boom.
Yeah.
You'd have some of those bigger, fancier playsets, but it was not the norm. It was the exception. Now take a look at toys coming out at $100, and they're virtually the same of what we had back 40 years ago.
It's true.
Yeah. I mean, there's a version of the original G1 Optimus Prime, and we talked about it on Pop Talk.
Yeah.
That's selling for $130 if you want both the cab and the trailer, just like the original toy. It's like, no, I'm not spending $130 on an Optimus Prime figure. Come on.
Right.
It's, I mean, yeah, this
is the 40th anniversary of Transformers.
right.
And to have some of these 40th anniversary collectibles come out and be unobtainable for a lot of us, it just shows that Hasbro doesn't have the people's pulse.
No. I saw what you did there. I see what you did there.
It's just, I would love to be in front of people, of collectors, and asking them, would you all pay this price for this? I don't care how much money you have in the world or whatever. This still seems overpriced to me. $80 for this? Yes, these pictures look cool, but I would hope they would for fucking $80.
Well,
I would hope you get a nice box for $80 fucking dollars.
Yeah,
You know,
and they'll probably never be brought out of the box because that ruins the collector value. You got to remember, fans came from Fanatic,
right?
And that's exactly what you got out there. These people are such fanatics. You ask that question to them, the answer would be yeah. They'd sell a kidney for it if they could.
I think some of them might, dude.
Yeah,
really
I mean they go down there and go to the sperm bank to try to get some money, be rejected because there's not enough testosterone in there, and the eggs are, little swimmers are asleep. So they get rejected there, but they would.
Yep. I mean, according to this, of course, it's based on the of the original toy, removable fists and all, at half the size with more die-cast metal. It runs $80, which feels like convention exclusive pricing, but also takes into account the fancy box, which allows you to display him and package in either truck or robot mode. It's technically 1/64 scale. So I think I'm saying that.
Well, the thing is, this is a convention style deal because you can only get it online.
Yep.
Ain't going in the stores. Ain't going to the comic shops. You got to go to them directly.
Right. Yeah.
You got to go to Mattel shop directly in order to get this. And even Hasbro Post had a stream this past week announcing products that are coming out not just for the 40th anniversary, but other products.
Sure.
The only thing I was thinking about getting is the digital version of the G1 background music soundtrack.
Yeah.
They're coming out with another edition of the record, which they came out with a few years ago, but I don't have a turntable and I don't have room for one.
Yeah.
Mike, I'm going to be that little demon that's sitting on your shoulder right now. You get the LP soundtrack, and then one of those frames you can put the album covers in and hang it on the wall.
Yeah, but here's another thing about me, Baron. I'm also thinking, if they're asking $80 for this Hot Wheels transforming Optimus Prime, how much are they going to ask for that vinyl soundtrack?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I was joking on that, but half joking.
I know you.
But I mean, if it comes out reasonable, I mean, really, LPs are coming out. Those new LPs coming out are rather ridiculous in their price.
Yeah, and as they said, this is going to be dodgily pursued by scalpers and premium and rare ones even more so, of course. I mean, this they'll jack up the price. Scalpers will. It's just it's a mess. It's a mess. And who's going to pay that? It's crazy. Some people may even pay for the scalper price. I thought it was crazy when I was reading some people were like, "Oh, I couldn't wait for my PS5, so I paid a scalper price." I'm like, "Well, that's not very smart, dude."
Well, again, let's go with the fan. They put the attic into fan, and they're the ones that give that thing. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's fans like us that are, we're not fanatics. We get excited, yeah, but we know our place with our pocketbooks. And if we do get something special, it's like a one time. It's like, I gotta have this, and you don't fall into the trap that you gotta have everything. Has gotta be.
Yeah,
And
so someone can also say, "But Mike, you bought a PS5." Yes, with a PS5, I can use it practically every day if I want to. With this, it'll be in the box in either vehicle mode or robot mode, collecting dust on a shelf.
Exactly. And these things shouldn't be kept in a box.
I mean, of course, they're doggedly pursued by scalpers. It's just, yeah, exactly. No. And the box is nice, but once again, as I said, for that money, I'd hope so. But this thing doesn't even scratch your ass. So,
and that's what that looks for in a toy. It is, It's just a scratch. Oh, yeah, Optimus, you're doing the guy. You got
and here's a comparison: the original toy on the left, and the Hot Wheel version on the right. So you get the scaling.
Yeah. And that was my question before I saw this article. Is like, what's going to be the size? What's it going to look like? Is it going to be the typical? And I'm not talking about the Hot Wheel car, but when they came up with those Star Wars toys, those, like the Star Destroyers and such, X-Wings, TIE Fighters, it wasn't going to be like that. And I mean, it's bigger than those. Thank goodness.
I'm going to pull up from TFW 2005. That's a Transformers site that a lot of us Transformer fans go to, because they actually had a picture of probably the only version of a Hot Wheels Optimus Prime I could actually get. And I'm not being facetious about it either.
I know. I know you're not.
So let me go ahead and share the screen.
Oh, Bumblebee? Oh, no, there's probably two. Oh, that one. Yeah. That looks cool. And, I wouldn't care if it could transform or not. It just still looks cool.
Yes.
But I'm not going to give a kidney for it and part of a liver.
No, man.
Hoping it grows back, like it should. Yeah. But, I believe, I've tried killing my liver too much. I'm surprised they're able to get away with that, because Volkswagen does not want anything to do with Transformers no more, because
hold up. They've eased back on that policy in recent years.
Let
me. I'm gonna grab something.
Okay, we'll grab something. Just keep it PG, or maybe PG-13. That's okay. But again, we kind of said that, Crit. They're aiming for the collector market, and I have no problems with these collector toys, right? For the collector, but they also got to cater to the youngins out there, or you're not going to have another generation. You're going to get yourself out of the toy biz. You'll be so far out of the toy biz, there will be no recovery. These franchises will die because it's physical toys that keep them alive. Particularly Transformers, Star Wars. Lord knows that helped keep Star Wars alive. Even to the point Star Trek.
Yes.
Whether it's the Mego figures to the Galoob, and then eventually Playmates. Was it Playmates? I can't remember. Yeah, Playmates, not Playmobil. Well, they do have a Playmobil.
Yes, Playmobil has been around a long time.
But they got that Playmobil one, and which is absolutely ridiculous price for the one that they have. It's like, really?
I'm not surprised.
What were you smoking? No, I mean, it's like almost $200, $400. Oh, hi, Mike. Yeah, there's Mike. Oh, Bumblebee Transformer.
That's cool.
Yes, it's a masterpiece, Bumblebee. This is when I didn't have to worry about a mortgage or anything. So I was able to buy it.
Don't you hate those things? Right, and it's nice to have a rare collectible like that, especially with something that you something that you really love.
Yes.
And he
Not just-
transforms into a Volkswagen Bug.
Look at that. As it should be.
Because in recent years, Volkswagen has eased their restrictions on it, and I'm just going to send them here for now. And
which is the most ridiculous thing. It was good enough for the 80s, right? They should have been having one of the newer bugs as Bumblebee instead of turning into the Camaro, which I think, I'm sorry, I think that Camaro design, that new one, is ugliest. You know, the Challenger, the Mustang, all those did a far better job of that retro look, and Volkswagen for that matter.
yeah, and I think Cash, Baron, and I can remember again. You know, the small little skateboards as kids that were popular for a time.
No, I mean, I knew of them. I would think I was a little older than that, and I didn't give a rip. Be honest. I don't mean to sound whatever. I don't mean to sound like a hater, Mike. But
No.
I know
That's what I get for assuming, making an ass out of myself.
Yeah, you and me, because remember, I'm old. Whippersnappers. Yeah, I'm wearing my Depends right now. Biden brand.
Oh, right.
Takes a shitting and keeps on going. You know.
I mean, this Bumblebee and Cliff Jumper, they're being imported from Japan, and they're asking $40 for them. $40.
Yeah.
For something that you used to get in the store for, $2, $3, $4 depending on.
Yeah. Because they're aiming at us when they should be aiming at kids. Again, nothing. And again, this is not hating folks out there. The ones that always accuse us of being haters. No, on the contrary, I'm a lover. I love this stuff. I want to pass it on. But I know this is detrimental when you can't afford to give your kids that. Just like, I was able to. And keep the dreams alive with my figures and toys. And coming up with new adventures. Something that Jar Jar Abrams should have done a little bit more of when he was growing up,
Maybe so, yeah.
Well, he was doing more. He was doing more of the Spaceballs version. It's like
it's pretty funny.
And Crit mentions that this marks the official 25th anniversary for the Phantom Menace, which I actually went and saw in the theater this past Monday, and it was fun seeing it in the theater again.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
I hate to think of the fact that I was in the theater 25 years ago watching it. And thanks for making me feel old, Crit. And I even saw the 3D when they did. When they were talking
I saw that one too. That's the one I saw.
So I saw even. I mean, I saw it 3 times in the theater when it first came out. So it shows you I don't hate it. There was problems. Yeah, I'll point what the problems are and what I think they could have done better.
Yes.
But I still saw it in the theater 3 times. I saw it when it came out on 3D. Particularly because I wanted to take my daughter to see it.
Yeah, you wanted to share that family experience of seeing a Star Wars movie for the first time.
Well, technically, it was Clone Wars. It was Clone Wars that you saw in the theater with me. I like that Clone Wars movie. I know people love to bash it and constantly bash it, but I liked it. It was, first of all, for me, it was eye candy. What were you going to say, Cash?
Yeah, no, I agree.
You're going to undermine me? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to undermine
me. Right.
Yeah, I like that. That was the first one I took.
Attack of the Clones,
movie,
Clone Wars, or whatever. Yeah.
My Little Moppet, and of course, the 3D. The 3D. My stepdaughter was taken by her father, and I took my daughter. It's like, how appropriate, daddy-daughter date, and not that way, YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, and even before like the Clone Wars series came out, of course, we had the movie. What was that, 2003 or something? I think
Mhm.
that was pretty good. And then, of course, Attack of the Clones, which even if some people, I still like that movie too. So it has some problems, I will say,
Oh yeah,
but
I
it's
I
still an
think it ran a
enjoyable
little
film.
slow. Yeah, I think it ran a little slow too long in certain areas. Things were drawn out too long. But on that, yeah, it's a good film. It brought a lot of interesting elements in, and I think they should have gone right into kind of the Clone Wars with that one, and not lollygag. Like here we are, we're in the war.
Yeah, I mean, I love that scene where Anakin just takes out the whole tribe. Yes, tribe. The Tusken Raiders. YouTube, fuck off. But really, I mean, it just showed how angry he was getting. Obviously, it's just things started clouding his judgment. Well, why wouldn't they? What they did to his mother is repulsive. So.
Right.
And we
I think
have Weekend Box Office by Nancy Tartaglia. It says if Buddy's up to 59 million worldwide, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes rises to 237.5 million international box office.
Is this the first week for If?
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Depends on what the budget is. Not bad.
It looks pretty good, that movie, but yeah, it looks pretty good.
Well, the funny thing is some of the commercials and such like that, where they're showing all that CGI, I'm going, God, that looks atrocious. That looks like 20 years ago CGI. What the frig?
Yeah, so I guess the budget is supposed to, I know. The budget is about 110 million. Okay.
Doesn't look it to me.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm a hater.
Right.
Sorry.
No, it's
yeah, I'm going to keep on going on that because of how we get accused of it. So, but you know what I've been not doing? I've been falling down on this stuff. I mean, what the hell?
What? You get a text message?
Well, yeah, I just got one. Oh, you heard that? Okay.
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no tree fitty, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money. I gave him
I should have played that one for the last story that we had about the
yeah,
I'm not giving him no $80.
Well, I'm not.
No, and you shouldn't.
I give him $1.
Yeah.
I love Chef and his family in that case, and
it's great.
But we have to sit back, again, going with all that.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands, now. Well, you're wrong.
Never gets old.
Nope.
Back to you, Mike.
After starting early offshore release on John Krasinski's If last weekend, Paramount expanded the Imaginary Friends film to another 56 international box office markets this session. The overseas frame was worth 20 million, bringing the international running cume to 24 million. With domestics 35 million debut, the worldwide total is now at 59 million. That seems rather low to me.
Yeah.
And I say that because we saw the box office numbers from the early 2000s all the way up to 2019 and how much money they were making at the movie theater, especially when you did have, Endgame and a few other movies.
Well, even Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, what they were pulling in, they weren't failures. And, again, Phantom Menace. So I'm just going to hit that, the Lord of the Rings films, because that's fully 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. And you had that kind of going head-to-head with Star Wars a bit, but both obviously made good money because why? They're good movies. People want to see them. You could put these movies against each other because I'll go to this theater now, and I'll go to that theater later.
The Krasinski directed, written, produced movie saw terrific uplift on Saturday versus Friday in the majority of offshore majors. It opened at number one in the UK with 3.2 million, including previews. Staggered school holidays are ahead there. Mexico was number two start with 2.8 million. Australia grows 2 million and number one excuse me launch. Germany picked up 905,000 at number four. With Monday a national holiday, the school breaks afoot. Spain was a number two start at 850,000.
You know, I know these are small countries, but that amount on England is bad.
Yeah.
It's
Why?
bad.
Because entertainment, as we have seen in these last few years, is bad.
It should be
It's
definitely higher in England.
It said other notable openings include Italy at 815,000, number one, Brazil 735,000, and that was at number two in Brazil. Korea at 480,000, at number six. United Arab Emirates 300,000, or
Wow.
number three overall. Poland 265,000, number one. France is the top market to date with 5.2 million after two frames. Greece and Norway release next week, with Japan due June 14th.
Okay, you gotta keep us updated, Jace.
With strongholds overseas, 20th Century Studios Disney's Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes excuse me, added 40.6 million from 52 material international box office markets in the sophomore session. The offshore cum is now 136.3 million for 237.5 million global. And then of course it goes through, the China numbers. I'm not going to read everything when it comes to this. It mentions that Garfield keeps purring overseas with another 10.3 million from just 27 markets in the third frame before it releases domestically next week. The overseas hold was just negative 28%, and the Hume is 49 million. And there's still 40% of the offshore paw print ahead, including Saudi Arabia, UK, Indonesia, Australia, Poland, France, and Japan. Universal's The Fall Guy rolled to another 7.2 million from 81 markets, including 900,000 in its China debut. And then it mentions these other movies, which they're all not doing well. I mean, Kung Fu Panda being the exception because it's already made its money.
That's not surprising.
Okay,
Well,
enough.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. I was having
Yeah. Anonymous. That movie
Okay.
comes out August. So yeah, that's all right. You fixed your issue.
Okay. Well, the funny thing is, folks, the funny thing is how many times did we look at these box office and the overseas was crushing it more than the local? It was thank God that we had these overseas liking these films, or it might be a bad thing because it would be a bad film, but that was keeping it alive. Alive, folks. It's alive. So to see this where the worldwide market is not responding well to this, and yeah, that's not a good return for a film with that much money. Again, you sort of have to ask questions. Why do these films have to be so expensive when they don't have to be?
Right, exactly.
If anything, Godzilla Minus One proved you don't have to have an overbloated budget to have a good movie.
No.
Armageddon are a few of these others out there.
It did pretty well. Yeah.
Did
pretty well in the theater.
So, Yeah, please, start thinking more. Again, I bring up that topic that was on that Sci-Fi Vortex or SF Vortex War Room segment. And Harlan Ellison and Straczynski and the others talking on that, and the difference between sci-fi and science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the thing. We've gone more sci-fi, where it's like, oh, we want to watch things blow up, instead of having something that makes you go, It does have good effects. It does have excitement, but it still makes you go,
I mean, I will say this, even though it's a disaster movie, Independence Day does have some thinking involved, but I understand what Ellison is saying.
Well, right. I mean, that's a popcorn film. Now, mind you, that's not a bad thing. We can have those, right?
Exactly.
But when you start dominating this segment into that, Harlan also even sat back and said to himself that one of the best movies that was never produced was his rendition of iRobot. You find the script book of iRobot, which I have and read through it, and then the fact that he was envisioning Martin Sheen to be the lead protagonist, playing the lead protagonist in it, and it being approved by Asimov himself, even though he had to make translation changes to when the short stories being turned into a book to the movie, but seamlessly so. This film would have been just a mind screw if like 2001, where that starts making you ask questions. That's a science fiction film,
right?
And we need more of that. We got to quit relying on the dumbification of films. Again, yes, I love a dumb, stupid film because we need that. But I also crave for something where we can come back and make you think, or go, or it's like, wow, I never thought of that, or interesting take. I don't agree, but interesting take. And that's what we're suffering from.
I agree, man. Yeah, it's a mess.
Right? Really, you sit back and say, oh, Transformers is dumb. No, they do have some topics in there. They had topics in there for a kids show. Oh, He-Man's dumb. No, you start watching some of this. No, there's a lot. And you start finding out who were writing some of this stuff. It's like JMS doing He-Man and then creating She-Ra, right? It's quick to be dismissed because, it's a children's show. It's like, no, there's some, take a look at it. This is something where everybody can appreciate it and take something away. And it never becomes old because of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's silly. Don't get me wrong. When I've been watching these Transformers series, into season 2, bits of this is all silly, but the thing is, even with that silliness, there's that underlying thing, and I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yeah. Always, man. It's
back to you, Mike. I gotta make a drop that says that.
Mm-hmm.
And before we go on to our next story, which Cash you will read,
that's fine.
I do want to say hello to Leia Rose.
Oh, the Leia Lovely Rose, the president and sole member of the Phil McCracken fan club, and Phil likes it that way.
Yeah,
he goes for quality, not quantity. But yes, it's still Phil, who is, by the way, the newest member of Fandomology. He's the 4th member of the Fandomology. So please, everybody, if you get a chance, please congratulate him on that. Honestly, he is the new wingman and a co-host.
Yes. So we have an article here from CBR because they're always such a winner, but this one should be a good one. So,
is that the live action series they're coming out with? They finally going to greenlight that?
Baron, read the headline.
Back to you, Cash.
Oh man! All right, so
We needed more levity. That's what I said.
I
We need more
love
levity.
when it just, yeah. So this probably won't be an article from CBR that we're going to make fun of, which is nice for a change. So
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So we've got an article here. New Toonami Rewind block brings back retro anime with 90s Sailor Moon and more. The Sailor Moon 90s anime is set to return via Toonami, along with other fan favorite anime classics in a new retro style block on Cartoon Network. I guess this article is from Leah Reina. Yeah, I think that's got that. All right, so we got the classic Sailor Moon anime series will headline the new Toonami Rewind block on Cartoon Network's Adult Swim. This will be the first time the original Sailor Moon anime has aired on Cartoon Network in over 20 years. Wow.
Wow. I mean, no, you're right. Wow. Doesn't seem that long that she has been on the TV, but thank you, Crunchyroll.
Right, exactly. In a newly aired promo captured by Swimpedia account on X, formerly Twitter, Twix. It's Twix, man.
Twix,
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Corn Pop's a bad dude.
Phil Pop.
Look
Phil
him up.
Dude.
Phil Pop. Toonami will be expanding to Friday evenings with a new block dedicated to re-airing fan favorite anime series from programming block early history. Toonami Rewind.
What the hell you say?
Come on, man. Toonami Rewind will begin at 5 p.m. with the 1992 Sailor Moon anime TV series, then air an hour of Dragon Ball Z Kai from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. before ending the night with the original Naruto anime from 2002. The new retro theme Toonami block will premiere on May 31st.
Now, Cash, a serious question here. Wasn't that
Naruto? Excuse me,
later?
Naruto. I don't want to. I don't want to get people Naruto. Yes. Anyways.
No, it looks like Naruto, but okay.
I know it does.
Naruto. I know we don't want to get the weebs mad.
That's right.
Just kidding, folks. But no, all seriousness.
You can go to their website and watch it. Jet Sparks.
Yeah.
True.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And they even
people
have
are still watching
Pokemon.
Cable, man. What are you talking about?
What's
people
Cable?
Still have what's that, right?
Yeah. But serious question. Wasn't this block when it was first on late at night?
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Started
So
at
they're
11
bringing it.
o'clock.
Yeah, so they're bringing it to an earlier time.
And then they did bring it to weekday afternoons because of how popular it was.
Okay.
And of course, if anybody ever watched Cartoon Network and heard the promotions for Toonami, they should know that it was Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime, doing those promos.
Cullen, he was the voice of Optimus Prime? Cool.
Yes, Peter Cullen was the voice of Optimus Prime, Baron. But what I'm saying is, anytime you watch those commercials for Toonami, only on Toonami, it was Peter Cullen himself, the voice of Optimus Prime.
He did a lot of voiceover. He's got
he did.
I think he still does. And even at his age, that his pipes are still working so good.
Yeah. So moving on to this, Sailor Moon's airs on Cartoon Network's Toonami and its Viz Media dub form for the first time. Oh man, first time, guys.
Wow.
Gosh, great. There's some Japanese names we're gonna have to pronounce, of course.
You're reading it. You gotta learn to pronounce.
That's right. I gotta learn, man. All right. So Toonami Rewind only marks the over 2-decade return to Sailor Moon to Cartoon Network, but will also be the first time the network airs the new English dub produced by Viz Media. Despite its popularity contributing to the 90s anime boom in North America, the previous Sailor Moon English dub by DIC was infamous for its Americanization.
After every show that they produced and released, it was known as Dick.
Yep.
So infamous
thought this
for
was
its
deep, but yeah, it was
Americanization that typically
much
removed references to death in Japanese culture. Oh no, Cloverway, the former international branch of Toei that took over Sailor Moon's dubbing from DIC, also became infamous for censoring the same-sex relationship between Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus during the pair into cousins. What? They had to throw that in there, didn't they? What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What the hell you say?
I was slow on the draw.
Right.
Thank you, Cat.
All right. The hell you say? I want to hear it again. No, but
Oh, you want to? Okay, no
What the
problem.
hell you say?
Oh man. Okay, so the new English Sailor Moon dub by Viz Media removes these controversial Americanizations. Why do they have to say izations? But anyways, if my dad read that, his brain would explode. For a
Why
more
don't they just say
accurate,
these controversial
exactly right.
translations?
Seriously,
Right. Mhm.
we got to make it sound more. We're more intelligent, right? For
No,
a more
they want to try to sound more hip and cool, and they just come off sounding like a moron.
right. For
Oh
more
yeah, we're good for that.
Exactly. The new English Sailor Moon dub, Viz Media removes these controversial Americanizations for a more accurate translation of the Japanese anime series. Stephanie Shi, is that how you pronounce that? That last name, Baron?
Let me take a look here. I need to get it bigger. Where? Yeah, she. Yeah,
It could be. It could be Shay.
It could
Yeah,
be
it
Shay.
could be Shay.
Could be Shay. All right, Google, tell us the answers. Dang it, help us out.
Oh, he's going to the thing.
All right.
Okay.
Anyways, it's always good. Google can be useful for things. Google, do you understand? You can be useful and you can be a piece of shit too. So you can be both.
Right. Well, it's taking your all your
A
information.
compliment and an insult at the same time.
That's right.
Cash money.
Okay, so well known as the English voice actor for Hinta Hyuga, I think it's pronounced, in Naruto. I'm not saying that.
Naruto.
Naruto.
Do. It's always Naruto.
Naruto.
They pronounce
Naruto.
Yeah.
Well, then put the D instead of the T.
I know, that's what I mean. But when they pronounce it, Naruto. So I don't know what to say about Ormi Jaime, IOE, maybe that, I think. Ormi Jaime, Io Anami. What do you think, Baron? We're working on our Japanese names.
And this is the entertainment section, folks.
I know, man.
What name was that? The
Ormi, since you're Ormi.
Oh, there we go.
Ormi Jaime Anomi. Is that how you pronounce
Orihemi?
it?
I think Orihemi.
Orihemi? Yeah.
Yeah, Orihemi and
yes. Here on Pop Talk, we're
Inoue.
learning Japanese too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I've been watching NHK, so
very nice.
People, if you can find that app and you can follow Japanese culture and news and all that. So NHK on YouTube or on your app.
Yep. So yeah, in Bleach is the voice of Sailor Moon in the newer dub, who goes by her Japanese names of Usagi to Sinkyo?
Usagi,
yeah.
Shinkinko. Shinkino.
Shinkino.
Yeah, I think that T is kind of silent, so they go, Shukino. Okay. I could be wrong. Correct me.
Okay. Well, we'll look at it later. We're gonna get these words right, man. Don't care. Not
watch more anime.
Right.
That's what we got to do.
Not Serena, right? There are 5 seasons of the original Sailor Moon animated series, totaling over 200 episodes. Despite its age, the Sailor Moon franchise continues to grow with new merchandise, stage plays, and new animated series and movies.
Sorry. Just a second. Just a second, Cash.
Okay.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Just a second. I hate when this does this to me.
What the hell you say?
Right? What? I like
everything moved on me again. It's like the sidebar. I went to increase, and every time I do that, it moves it around from where I have it set.
So the original Sailor Moon anime is available to stream on Hulu and Pluto. Sailor Moon Crystal is available on Crunchyroll and Netflix. The manga series by creator Nako Takashi. No, I'm not saying that right.
Well, you might.
I was
Maybe
going
I
to
am.
say
Nako.
Naoko.
Yeah.
Naoko Takashui.
Takashui.
Takashui. Yeah.
Takashui. All right.
Yeah.
Is
But the other word is an actual legit name, but that's not the name. Takashi
is distributed in the U.S. by Kodansha USA. Kodansha? No, I think I said it right the first time. Okay.
Yep, Usagi equals rabbit because there's Usagi Yojimbo in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was licensed from another company. I can't think of the name of the company off the top of my head at this time, but
yeah, I got to start using that more because I can see that, and the dogs won't go nuts because they don't know Japanese, but they know English.
Yeah, Kodansha USA. Okay.
Mm-hmm. See, and that's my question. That's the big question out of this whole thing. Are they going to go in there and do chopping again? And look at that, right? Our American audience, since like, all the woke people back then, and yeah, we did have woke people. We got to take this out.
No, I think it's great that, I'm sure other people wouldn't care on our channels, but here on Pop Talk, we care about working on our Japanese and other names.
Yeah.
No matter how many times we butcher it, I'm still trying.
We will get those names right.
Cash is still trying. Baron's still trying.
Yeah.
We'll get
those. And it's not just right. Japanese.
No, it isn't, man. I want to hear those writers also pronounce those words too. Mm-hmm. And not
there
just
are some words if I've never seen them before. I need to hear them.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to hear them. Yes.
Right. Like some French words in
it's okay.
Russian and Ukraine and Korean and all these words.
There's always going to be words you probably haven't heard before. Like, what is this? Okay, well, let's look this up or find out what this means or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is we're talking so much about Japanese with anime, manga, all that stuff. That that's why I'm trying to put a little bit of effort to try to understand the wording.
Right.
Which is, again, I want to say NHK because every time I say NHK, folks, I get a little kick from them. So, advertising. No, I'm kidding. But
but they had to throw that in about the cousins. They just had to. Like they couldn't help themselves. CBR. They just had to throw that in there.
Of course.
Oh, this is controversial. Oh, they censored the same-sex relationship. How dare them? It's so stupid, man. It's so stupid.
When back at that time, the same person who's writing this wouldn't have given a shit.
No.
About it.
No.
But now it's the flavor of the month. Well, it'll be the flavor of the month next, in a few weeks. But, it's like, hey, it's time to change our pandering celebrations. So, change your panderings calendar over now. Make sure you got the right whatever it is to show that you're an ally.
Right. They just had to throw that in there. They were doing so fine, and I was like, "Oh, this is an art." Oh no, they just had to throw that in there. How dare you?
But again, talking about these hunyucks and stuff.
Yes.
Are they still not going to do a butcher job? Because
it's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being serious. I'm being serious in this because of history. I mean, just like we're sitting back saying about all the editing that they've been doing with the games, the Japanese games. And are they going to, even though, as this writer was lamenting back in the day, about the chops and it doesn't mean that that's done. It can still happen. Will it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, only one way to see. I mean, I like that they're making an effort, but with all this changing over, okay, we got all the Japanese stuff, so let's get rid of some of this Japanese stuff. That's what people like about anime. They like looking at this other culture.
Yes, man.
And it may not be new information, Jet, but you know how in current day news media they love to point out the fact that, hey, did you know that these characters, these same sex characters, are into each other? It's like, okay, cool.
Well, yeah, and what about the casual viewer of these shows that don't know this even to this day?
Exactly.
If they casually viewed it back then and they didn't have as much access as they do now, and so they're going to watch it. If they do bring it like the proper way it should be, going to be a shock to the system. And guess what you're going to do? You're going to see the typical crowd going out there. They're being woke. Well,
Right.
That's how it was back then.
Mm-hmm.
So my question goes, does Neptune go into Uranus? I mean, I don't know. I suppose it depends.
Leave it to Baron. Leave it to Baron.
Well, yeah, I mean, I say that because, again, I'm being satirical here, because what does it matter?
It doesn't.
I'm sure
things it doesn't.
Well, it will be matter because they're not going to be fixated on it. So you're going to have both the woke, and you're going to have the ones that cry woke, 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 screaming out there. One's going to say, "Oh my God, they have it in here," and the other one is they're not fixating in this as much as they should.
No,
they're
got
phobic.
it. Always, man. Of course.
Right.
Yeah,
So
they have
that's
to
going to be the case.
That's why CBR has to throw those things in there, just like they have these dumb articles like the Gamer and IGN and
Yeah.
all of them. They don't have to have these dumb articles, but they're dumb because they're usually a lecture. And so there has to be a little bit of a lecture with this article, because there has to be, because we're CBR,
Yeah.
and we have to mention this. They didn't have to mention that at all, but they did it anyways.
They think they're being information brokers on this and filling
Right.
with history.
Right.
When, yeah, exactly like you said, all they're doing is lecturing. And that is the problem. I don't mind getting a history of it, just like I was saying, the Jet Sparks there. That, how many people out there don't know this, because all they knew was the original Tusami run of it. And now, it's back again. Sit down and boom. What the hell?
Yep. This is
People who are casual fans. No, just because people are anime doesn't mean that they're absolute foaming at the mouth weeb fanatics.
right.
You have casual. Be like me. I'm a casual anime watcher. I'm not into it as much as others, but I'm appreciating it and have been watching more of it. But I'm not as fixated on it as I am with the things that I truly love: Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who. But it doesn't mean I don't take a side trip. I like to expand my world. If I don't like it, I don't like it.
Exactly.
But that's because of me, not because someone told me to. So see, I'm being negative. I'm sorry, I'm being negative.
You're being honest.
Yeah.
I'd rather you be honest than real, Baron.
I don't think
honest
it's
and real than
necessary.
fake and go, "Oh yeah, I know everything about the series." No, there are certain anime series that do appeal to certain
Yes.
people, and others that just don't hit the mark.
Right.
Yes, exactly. It's just they didn't have to throw that in there. What does that have to do with this coming back to Toonami? It's just they're
Again,
trying, like you
it's
said,
it's
they're
little
trying to-
it's little jabs that they like
Yeah,
to make. They
it
want
is.
to point out, "Oh, did you know that so and so refers to themselves as this and that and the other?"
Hey,
No, I wasn't asking, but thanks for the information. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it, but thanks anyway.
Yeah.
mhm.
Don't care.
Yeah,
And that's not being mean. It's like, okay, fine. They live their life. Leave me alone.
yeah. Let's really
Again-
put them to the test, Baron. Let's see if they can pronounce these Japanese names that they write.
Well, maybe they can. I don't know. I mean,
Maybe they can. Yeah.
Oh, I'm supposed to read this one. Oh, great. Thank you, Mike.
I'm here
You're
for
welcome.
you too, Baron.
You're
Don't
Aaron,
worry.
you read this one. But you know what? I don't mind reading this one. Someone else is going to have to be, well, maybe I can still be on the button. But this one deserves a lot of clips because you know why? It's our friend. It's our friend. The bestest person ever, bestest producer, bestest actor, and a humanitarian award winner, or should be, Alec Baldwin. And I should talk like Alec Baldwin when I go through this because you know how Alec Baldwin talks. Alec Baldwin talks like he thinks he's on NPR.
This is what happened a number of years ago, probably with Alec Baldwin and people in the media, like who approached him. Baron, this.
Mhm.
Then you're crazy.
I know you are, but what am I?
You're a nerd.
I know you are, but what am I?
You're an idiot.
I know you are, but what am I?
I know.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's we get that, and when reality, we should get. I don't think we got an appropriate one for him. Oh yeah, we do. We got an appropriate one for him.
How many of you think the opinions of actors should be valued as much as, well, say, doctors, engineers, or a courageous congressman?
Right here. Yeah, right on.
Well, you're wrong. Actors are self-centered punks.
So we're going again. Never gets old. We're going back to our friend Variety. We haven't used him today, but unfortunately, we've been using way too much. This is Byline by Gene Mattis.
I go where I can find the stories.
I know exactly. I know. Well, if they're, if it's a good story for us to say, and sometimes critical, let's do it. And this is datelined 6th of May, 2024. 17th of May. Judge raises doubt about Alec Baldwin Rust manslaughter indictment. Gee, I wonder who might have appointed this judge. A New Mexico judge on Friday asked a series of skeptical questions of the procedure in the Alec Baldwin manslaughter case, suggesting she might decide to throw the indictment. You're killing me, Mike. You're killing me.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Okay, so
I'll read it. I'll read it if it's going to affect your blood
I'll read it.
pressure.
No. You know what? I need my blood pressure up a little.
I'm here
bit
for you too,
because-
man. Don't worry.
I know you guys are here for me. You guys are here for me, and let's finish this up.
You know what really grinds my gears?
So, Baldwin is scheduled to face a trial in Santa Fe in July for negligently pointing a gun at cinematographer Helena Hutchins and pulling the trigger. And let's not forget, there was the director that got hit with that bullet as well.
Mm-hmm.
In New Mexico, involuntary manslaughter carries a maximum sentence of 18 months prison. In prison. Come on, 18 months. Let's go for it. Then Alec Baldwin can come out and be able to do a prison film because he lived those 18 months there, and now he's got the tattoos. He's got that tear under his eye, signifying that he murdered somebody. Baldwin's defense has asked Judge Mary Marlowe Somers to throw out the case, arguing that prosecutors failed to make defense witnesses available to grand jury.
The hell you say?
At a hearing. Well, why didn't you hit that, man? Come on, man. You're supposed to be supporting me, man. You're not supporting me, man.
The hell you say?
Thank you. That brings the blood pressure down. Common sense tells me.
We'll do it one more time.
The hell you say?
Here, we'll do
back
it.
The hell you say?
Okay, I need to get my blood pressure back up now because it's gone way down. Common sense tells me you should have reached out ahead of time, she says. The judge also questioned why Morrissey had cut off a witness during grand jury testimony about safety standards on movie sets. Marlo Somers said she would issue a ruling on the defense motion next week. If the judge were to throw out the indictment, the prosecutions could opt to file the case again. And please do. Alex Spiro, one of Baldwin's defense lawyers, this is the guy who was hitting his head and face palming while he was on with George Snuffleupagus. Snuffleupagus, or I don't care. Had violated a court order and deliberately steered the jurors away from exculpatory evidence. Yeah, make me work for it for English. I'm just as bad with that as Japanese. The fix was in, Spiro said. They never intended for the jury to ask for a witness. The hearing lasted more than 2 hours. The judge asked a number of pointed questions of Morrissey and said that the prosecutor was mistaken about the law, at least one respect. She also said that she is so excited about Baldwin and makes her moist. Towards the end of the hearing, Morrissey became heated in responding to the defense arguments, alleging that Spiro had impugnated her conduct in court. Everything that he's saying to you right now is a complete misrepresentation about what has happened, she said. And that's what these people do. I am not going to sit here and be called a liar. The Ruth case has seen a long series of prosecutorial mess-ups, though the prosecution was able to obtain conviction in March of the film's Armorer. Funny how that works, isn't it? We'll go after her, but right. I'm too moist. I'm too moist for Baldwin.
That's how it does sound, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious. It does. It's like she goes at home with the jar of peanut butter and pretends that Fido is Alec. Prosecutors originally charged Baldwin in January, which was actually earlier than the conviction, 2023. So that was a long time ago. But dropped the case a few months later after the defense raised questions about whether Baldwin's gun was working properly. We all, folks, I'm sorry. We all can sit back and say bullshit.
Yes.
In fact, I think we got someone who will join us with that. Please, George, what was that?
I call bullshit.
I agree with you. The prosecution also dropped a 5-year sentence enhancement after discovering that it was not on the books at the time of the shooting. I will postulate my theory. Hollywood threatened New Mexico with not making films there anymore if they went after Alec Baldwin. And I'm standing by that. And again, it's a theory. It's what I feel. Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the Armorer, is serving an 18-month sentence at the Western New Mexico Correctional Facility in Grants, New Mexico, after being convicted in March of involuntary manslaughter. Reed mistakenly loaded a live bullet into Baldwin's gun. Did she? Or did somebody else? I mean, honestly, I'm asking that question. But, it's good for her to sit in prison for 18 months when the producer of the movie, Baldwin, was violating rules on all this and never checked the Pistoli himself. And the motion, what she should be doing, and the motion to dismiss Baldwin's lawyers argued that the prosecutors had subjected him to a long list of abuses. Among other things, they alleged that the prosecution had failed to inform the grand jury of exculpatory information that had leaked information about the grand jury process to the media. In response, Morrissey argued that Baldwin had repeatedly lied and changed his story about the shooting, and that his lawyers had also misled the prosecution. Folks, we know that for a freaking fact.
Yes.
Go from one article or interview to another article and interview. This guy is hopping around in the connection. It's like Stormy Daniels and James and Cohen going out there and being pointing out, hey, this is what you said back then. And now you're changing it now?
Mm-hmm.
Baldwin was offered a plea deal last fall that he would allow him to accept a misdemeanor charge with no jail time, according to court filings. It appears that Baldwin seriously contemplated accepting the deal. Maybe he should have, if he was smart. But the offer was rescinded after Morrissey got wind that Baldwin was participating in a documentary about the case. Okay, hit it. Come on, hit it. Someone, I'm not there. Come on, hit it. Okay, do I have to do that too? Read the story and play the clip. Okay, I understand. I'm doing
what the hell you say? Oh man! Look, well,
Morrissey alleged that.
Well, one more time, just for you.
What the hell you say? Thanks, Mike. Okay, Morrissey alleged that Baldwin had commissioned the documentary and was pressuring witnesses to cooperate with filmmakers. I mean, that first part in there reeks scum. Just like Cohen was doing with all his stuff on the TikTok and then recanting or saying otherwise.
So Hannah deserves to be thrown under the bus, fine, but not Baldwin. And what have we talked about before, Baron? These judges cannot have a bias. If they do, they shouldn't be judges. I don't care what side of the aisle it's on. Ridiculous.
Right. Exactly. I don't care. I mean, I don't know what side of the aisle this lady sits on. I have an assumption, which she does. But the biggest thing is, again, she's moist for a Baldwin. Right. And the fact that Baldwin was going to do a documentary on this.
Right.
Which means he was profiting off of it.
Yes. Because
I kill a person and now I'm going to get money for it.
Right. He's a piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit. And we're going to continue making this film.
Yep.
With all these violations they have on set. But, that's not. The director, Rory Kennedy, had submitted a sworn statement indicating that Baldwin did not commission the documentary and had no ownership or editorial control over it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, doubt. Expert doubt. Baldwin's defense team had also filed 2 other motions to throw off the case, which were not argued on Friday. And one, they argued that the gun was destroyed during FBI testing, leaving the defense unable to prove his theory that the gun was malfunctioning at the time of the shooting. Just understanding how a single action cowboy gun works, and them going out with the bullshit that they were saying about
here's the simple thing. Okay, the armorer checks it, supposed to do their job. I don't care if it's a man, female, helicopter lady. I don't give a shit. They're supposed to do their job, and then the actor's supposed to test it as well. And you don't point the gun at anybody. Test it first, and then see. But as I've said before,
make sure that the chamber isn't loaded.
Right. This production should have been shut down because there were already problems with the crew. Shut it down and then come back and reset if you really want to do that, or shut it down for good. Yeah. And then, shut it down for good. And but Alec Baldwin, this man, Mr. Baldwin, is such a egomaniac, and that is obvious that he doesn't care. They went cheap on the budget, which we know. They were firing guns around. Oh, that didn't happen. When there wasn't filming going on, these aren't good things.
Right. Well, and that's the thing, and that is exactly what you're saying.
He was also a producer on this. That's why he doesn't. Yes. Go ahead. Yeah.
Who signed off on getting rid of all this stuff because he didn't want, to keep the budget down. He didn't want these safety advisors on set.
No.
There were 3 different ones that he kicked off the set with making sure things were safe.
That's right.
And just because you're the daughter of a famous armorer doesn't mean that you're good in following.
And they said the father was better than the daughter. And they said this daughter is kind of cuckoo in the head. But that doesn't mean that Alec Baldwin just gets to get away with this while she gets thrown under the bus.
Right.
And they both should be thrown under the bus. That's what pisses me off.
Well, I'm sorry. If I see an armorer and she's got rainbow colored hair, it's going to be, okay, next applicant, please. You can go now. We'll consider your application.
I know that sounds mean, but exactly. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't care whose daughter or even son. I don't care that you're the scion of this one.
No.
Just because, the Lon Chaney Jr. was good on his own, not because of his father, Lon Chaney Sr. He didn't rely on it. It's like, he's going to be hired on by nepotism. No, he proved himself amongst, Kirk and Michael Douglas.
Yes.
Right? He really didn't need his dad. He was his own person, and he shows that. And now he looks like a old man.
But it don't meet the legal standard for involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary manslaughter doesn't meet the legal standards, Baron and Mike.
This is the legal standard of
give me a fucking break.
Involuntary. What part of involuntary?
Involuntary. That's right. Exactly. Jeez.
Well, this just shows how asinine our criminal justice system is.
Right. And I'm sorry, when they were going through with the first time and showing how the pistol works for real,
right?
It damned them. It damned them.
Yes.
Because a single action, and I'm going to say Colt, I don't know what they had, but usually people associate Colt with that. Say it's a single action Colt 45 or a Colt 44. It doesn't matter. Wheel gun. What Baldwin was saying, it doesn't work that way.
No.
If that was the case, Little Miss Armorer probably could have gotten off, at least with the misdemeanor. But no, you're New Mexico. I don't care how blue that state is.
Right.
You've got a lot of people running around with rifles and pistols. Why? There's a lot of country out there. And in a lot of that country that's not populated by people is populated by things like coyotes and various other things that you do need to protect yourself with, especially if you're on a ranch or just living out in the mountains or out in the plains. It doesn't matter.
We've seen this bullshit.
911 was a long way.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a long way away.
This stuff is bullshit. Involuntary manslaughter. Yes. And then we'll throw out the case because the gun malfunction. Whatever. This is a cop out. This is a bunch of bullshit. And
they're trying to protect Baldwin's ass.
Do you guys remember also when that freaking Stephanopoulos puff piece came out? That interview. It was like, and people were like, Some people were like, it makes sense. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, because they don't know anything about
it. Right. This stuff just pisses the hell out of me.
Yeah, George Stephanopoulos going out there interviewing that. If I was a Baldwin's lawyer, it's like, please stop, please stop, please stop. I wish that pistol would malfunction at me right now because please stop.
Man,
right? I mean, that in and by itself. Now, let's compare apples and oranges here. You're driving in the car, somebody steps out in front of you. You're unable to stop in time, and you hit them, and unfortunately, they expire. That's not involuntary manslaughter.
Right.
In fact, if they stepped out of nowhere without looking as you're driving along, it's like the cops let you cry on their shoulder, and they try to calm you down and tell you everything's okay. There's nothing wrong. Obviously, this was the pedestrian's fault. Now, now let's compare. You're driving along in the car. You haven't been keeping the repairs up. You hear squeaking noises whenever you press that fat pedal down on there. And somebody reasonable distance away walks, probably even in a crosswalk, and you press down on the brakes. You have a mechanical failure, and you hit them. That is involuntary manslaughter.
Right.
If you're involving something that, like the pistol here, right? It malfunctioned. That, if it was a true malfunction, then yes, that's not involuntary manslaughter. But the thing is, there's a live bullet in there. Nobody checked anything. There was no malfunction because how they described the malfunction is impossible for that pistol. And that's involuntary.
And even investigators proved him wrong when they tested it out.
It's ridiculous.
You have to pull the trigger.
Look at all these actors, even people like Keanu Reeves. You don't think there's safety precautions with this stuff? It's ridiculous.
Of course there are.
Of course.
Well, I mean, John Schneider came out and, on his YouTube, and he brought up, showed his little, again, pistol similar. And I wanted to do it because I have a pistol that's similar. It's a 22, but it's similar. And he went through all the processes on this pistol and how it's impossibly done by Howard Baldwin said it. And it's like, yep, absolutely right. Why? Because John Schneider knows his pistols and long guns. He knows his firearms. Why? Right. He uses them.
Which I can understand. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's a good old
people
boy.
Use
them. Good old boy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So when this last statement on here goes, in the second, they argue that allegations, even if true, do not meet the legal standards of voluntary slaughter. Even if it's true, right? I'm sorry. No, they do.
Yes, they do. He was also a producer. He wasn't just an actor on this production.
He's the boss.
And even then, you check. You know what happened in The Crow? That was horrible.
Yes.
Involuntary manslaughter. Take a look at it. It's probably not. But the thing is, that's a tragedy. And the man who fired that pistol, it haunted him till the day he died. It haunted him. And here we got Baldwin just going out there prancing along like a freaking peacock about the whole fucking thing. The man has no soul. He sold it to Satan.
Exactly.
And of course,
he's above the law. He's always thought his shit doesn't stink.
Right. It doesn't matter if he's yelling at his daughter over the phone, calling her all sorts of untoward names, or he did get physical with Kim Bassinger. We know that for a fact. He has anger issues. We know that for a fact. We know he's abusive to people. This is not hearsay. This is fact.
No, it isn't. We've seen it. Yes.
He's an arrogant, abusive prick.
Mm-hmm.
This man deserves. I wish it could go longer than 18 months. In fact, I hope they find other stuff that they could add on after that. These are going to be consecutively. So you can have this 18 months serve with another 18 months because of this one, and another 18 months, all in a row. So, that's what I wish. Because this man deserves it.
Yes.
He's a producer. He's worked around firearms. He knows how to handle the firearms. Or he's supposed to know how to, as an actor, handle firearms on a set. And then he goes with the Wish version of a weapons expert.
Right. Yes. Because he wanted to go cheap. So he deserves to be in jail for a while.
Yeah.
He does.
And you know what? Even she does, because she should have been more on that job.
Yes.
Unless she can absolutely prove that this was done by Baldwin without her knowledge. But even then, you still check.
Right. And double
check.
This
is a tragedy.
And then triple check. Yeah. And then check again.
This is a tragedy. It's a tragedy for the director. It's a tragedy for the young lady who got shot and not with us anymore. It's not a tragedy for Baldwin. It's not a tragedy for blue-haired. She's not a Landwell, but the blue-haired sycophant that's supposed to take care of the weapons.
That's right. And he's supposed to check just like her. It's so stupid. Right. It's like, and when people say, oh, well, it was her job. It was both their jobs. Mm-hmm. And you don't point a gun at somebody or something that looks like a gun when you're filming. This is like etiquette.
Well, exactly. Well, it's more than just etiquette.
Yes, it's more than just
this is procedure. This is beyond that. This is ethical. This is how you run something ethical. Yeah, ethical.
You have safety people on set that you can trust. They've done their job. They check the guns. Then the actor checks the guns. Why isn't Keanu Reeves and all these other actors who have used guns had this problem? Even people like De Niro. Why haven't they had these problems?
Well, it's simple. When it comes around to Keanu Reeves, have you seen his firearm collection and how he really goes out there and shoots? Yeah, I've seen him. This guy knows. This guy knows his shit.
Yeah.
And obviously so. I mean, I don't know if he started getting into firearms before or after he started these movies that require him to do so. But he knows his shit. People are coming to him that are I was watching one where it's a bunch of actresses, and I can't remember who the actress was, but she was walking the talk because she's training as much as possible in action, and she's loving it. She's loving it. She's with the other actresses and others with her, all laughing and having a good time, but still serious about what you're doing. And guess who's training them? Keanu.
Mm-hmm.
I would not expect this from Keanu.
Variety even had to make a correction on the end of this story, which is interesting too. That happens though, but
no, I'm sorry. It still gets
What the hell you say?
Because they are a biased organization and they got caught in one of their freaking lies. That's what it was.
I mean, look, we've seen. Look, it's so obvious that so much of the gaming media, because what we've seen, Variety, IGN, all of them, they're just on. There's no balance sometimes. It's just this is the way it is. This is factual when it's not. And when people call them out on it, then they call people racist and other stuff, and it keeps going on. And it does, and it got worse after 2016. Unfortunately, it has.
Well, yeah. The thing is let's be brutally honest. All these, like Variety and all the others, they're dropping on their knees and doing a Kamala on them.
Right. I would love to talk to people from Variety. Do you think Alec Baldwin is guilty? No. Well, I want to hear from them. I want to hear from them if they think he's guilty or not. I really would like to hear from them.
The man virtually indicted himself with all his interviews, including with them.
Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking did.
The reason why folks, we're not hard on somebody like this, especially before a court case or saying beforehand, we have to wait till. No, this man indicted himself beforehand.
Yeah.
So
he did.
He's open target.
He did it publicly.
Yes, he did. He's an
when
arrogant
he was
son
doing
of a
that
bitch.
interview with George Stephanopoulos.
Yes,
he did it publicly.
Yes, he did.
And any other interviews he did with other news agencies are articles, right? So this is not hearsay. This is out of his friggin' lying mouth.
He damned himself.
Right.
He damned himself.
Right. And if you want to still think he's if you still want to think he's innocent, good for you. He should be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't like the Jonathan Majors case where you wanted to hear both sides.
That's right.
Because you knew there were two sides of the story.
Of
In this
course.
particular case, Alec Baldwin was holding the firearm.
Yes.
And he pointed at both the assistant director and the director and the camera and fired instead of following procedure and checking to make sure that that gun wasn't loaded and that if it was loaded, to fire it away from the crew.
Which leads me to believe that what they put in there was either a 45, and no, this is not the 45 that you think that goes into the M119 military. No, it's not the auto 45. These are the long, big ones that are nasty if you get hit. So either he's got one of those in there or a 44 in there. And the only thing I saved the director's life is, and forgive me for sounding insensitive, but it's not, that it went through her and slowed it down. But it still had a good possibility of taking both out.
Yeah.
Honestly. And maybe it was his positioning behind her or whatnot that saved his life. Because I'll guarantee you, I bet you if he was positioned slightly different behind her, he would have gone down as well. And with two.
I agree with that. Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound arrogant or egotistical. On the staff, I probably have a little bit more knowledge than the others, and that's not insulting Cash or Mike. I know Mike has some knowledge because of what his father did for a living. Cash, we know he lives in Beverly Hills. They don't have that stuff unless you're a star. Well, maybe he does because he's living in Hypocrite Hill. But
yeah, well, those people are hypocrite. But if you do your research into this, even if you haven't used a firearm, you can find out what's going on.
It doesn't take much.
No,
there's real sites out there that tell you how things properly work and not what the media lies about.
That's right. There's even gun videos out there that show you how these things work and what you're supposed to do and what you're supposed to not do.
But when my dad had to clean his guns, I didn't want to be anywhere near him
Mm-hmm.
because I was afraid the gun would go off. Yes, he was very responsible in making sure that there was no ammunition in the gun when he cleaned his
Mhm.
guns. But still,
Right.
I didn't want to be anywhere in the room.
Meanwhile, I was
Eh,
leaving them at my house. You're lucky.
eh,
You got out of work.
my dad understood. I just don't want to be in the room just in case it does accidentally go off.
Hmm. Right.
I know that it's a slim chance of it happening, but still, I I was like my mom. I respect people that have guns, but I don't need to have one. I don't need to own.
Mm-hmm. I mean, right, exactly. You know,
Right.
and again, that's a personal thing. And you know what? I got news for you. Just about anybody who had a firearm probably did a misfire, and I use that with quotes. And like me, I put a hole in the wall with a shotgun. And not only that, it was made into a framed piece to hang on the wall to remind me that, as a joke, and to remind you got to be careful.
Mhm.
I know my father had one that he had a misfire as well. It comes around all across the board. There's always that thing, but you know what saves people's lives in those situations? You're not pointing the weapon at anybody.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And that's the important thing. Yeah, you got those from people who are who are morons that have guns and learned how gun safety is through watching the movies. Keanu did this in The Matrix and John Wick, and they did this in this film. And before they know it, their buddy's dead on the floor. Or they're doing something stupid on a live stream, and before you know it, you see them drop over.
Yep.
And there's a nice
The other day
catch-up
on
tape.
the other day on Twitter, I came across this video as I'm trying to get updates that pertain to what I'm interested in.
Mhm.
And came across this video where this one guy was playing around with his gun, and he points it at his head and he shoots himself dead.
Yeah, unalive himself. Or what about that video where the guy was telling his girlfriend to take a shot at him because I can't remember, he had something in there, and he was trying to do these videos, and he went down. That was it. His girlfriend unalived him, and she suffered charges.
It's just unbelievable, and it's just
I think everybody who deals with firearms or BB guns or anything like that have that one thing that teaches them a lesson. But again,
yes.
If you're properly trained, you're not pointing at somebody. And yeah, you
Mhm.
got people who do have accidents like that, but again, they're morons. They got themselves in a situation where they didn't, and they accidentally do off somebody. And of course, that's what the press wants to always fixate on.
Of course,
It's those
and
morons. Yeah.
just do your research and figure this out, and don't be arrogant about these situations, and things will go a lot better.
Right. And remember, according to the news media, a firearm that's used is an AR-15. Everyone. Right? It doesn't matter. I bet you Alec Baldwin was using an AR-15. Well, maybe not. They'll tame it down for this one. But before that, it was every weapon out there is an AK-47.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't want to make it sound like I've never fired any type of gun before. Yeah, I've fired a BB gun when I went to a friend's house, but even then, I was taught by his father, don't ever point it at somebody.
Right. Never, ever.
And you should know, Alec, you've never done this until now. So you should know you've used guns before. So what the hell?
Yeah.
There's no excuse.
And I'm also completely right there, too.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised.
What was it? He asked Kyle Rittenhouse, what does it feel like to kill a person? Well, Alec, what does it feel like now? Mr. Blabbermouth.
Well, he
mouth,
asked the police
moron.
officers. It was some police officer, yeah.
Oh, it's a police officer? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, how does it feel there, Alec? You did shoot and kill an innocent person. and wounded another innocent person
Mm-hmm.
because
He'll
of
never
you.
admit that.
Of course not. It's everybody else's fault but mine. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. And the mental gymnastics that people try to do, it's just sickening. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Fuck off. Just go away. I'll never watch another Alec Baldwin film again. I mean, I might watch the Red October and Beetlejuice, but and The Shadow. But of course, this is pre when he really came out as a douchebag.
Yeah, nobody knew him as a douchebag when those movies came out.
Yeah, and it was showing he was a good actor.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
he's a really good actor. I think he's the best out of all the Baldwin brothers. But I noticed none of the other Baldwin brothers have done this. Wow. You know.
Well, the one is into firearms and all that, and his political views are not the same as the rest of the Baldwins.
No. That's Steven, isn't it? I think that's Steven.
I think you're right. Steven is the one.
Yeah.
Which, of course, who's the one that gets mocked the most by the media and the press and everybody else? Him, because he does not share the same opinions as Hollywood are his brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
But you know something? He always has a smile on his face when I see him.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he'd have a hard time keeping that smile with this story.
Yeah. We found this out yesterday when we were doing our member stream. And of course, this is posted on Friday on USA Today. It's by Kimmy Robinson and Dabney Coleman, a great character actor.
Excellent.
Great character actor. And, you know, one of the first movies I remember seeing him in as a kid was the Muppets Take Manhattan.
Mm-hmm. Mine was the War Games. Yeah, I really got the real taste of him, and of course, 9 to 5, and
9 to 5, good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Jane Fonda's in it, and I won't watch until she's unalived.
Well, that's something. I understand.
No, I'm serious. She's a
I know.
scum. But
I know.
That's not solely this. So let's keep on the topic of this one because of poor Dabney.
Yeah. Right.
Dabney Coleman, the Emmy-winning TV and film actor who starred in 9 to 5, Tootsie, and On Golden Pond, has died. He was 92 years old. Mm-hmm.
But what a 92 years he had. Really.
Coleman took his last earthly breath peacefully and exquisitely Thursday afternoon at his home in Santa Monica, California. His daughter, Quincy Coleman, said in a statement on Friday that was provided to USA Today by his manager. My father crafted his time here on earth with a curious mind and a generous heart, and a soul on fire with passion, desire, humor that tickled the funny bone of humanity, she said. As he lived, he moved through this final act of his life with elegance, excellence, and mastery. A teacher, a hero, and a king, Dabney Coleman is a gift and blessing in life and in death, as his spirit will shine through his work, his loved ones, and his legacy eternally. The Austin, Texas-born actor earned recognition for playing Merle Jeter in the Norman Lear-produced soap opera spoof Mary Hartman, Mary Hartman throughout its two-season run in 1976 to 1977. Over the course of his career, he earned 6 Emmy nominations for his roles in the short-lived 80s sitcom Buffalo Bill, the TV movie Sworn to Silence, the one-season sitcom The Slap Maxwell Story, ABC miniseries Baby M, and crime drama Columbo. That's right. He was on Columbo. Don't forget that.
Good show.
Dang, I forgot about some of these projects that he was in. Mary Hartman. It's like, yeah, my grandfather used to watch Mary Hartman. I should have known that. I remember that, but again, he's done so much work. It's hard to keep it all in the old, brain.
He was a character actor. You saw him everywhere.
Right. And what was it? Flat Maxwell? Yeah. Oh, that's right. That was that one other series. And the thing I think that hurt him with those series is even though he's an excellent actor, but he's more of that character actor than the lead. And that's not an insult. Because in many ways, character actors work harder sometimes.
Yeah. It was his role. It was his role in ABC's Sworn to Silence that earned him his first and only Emmy Award in 1987. The following year, he won the Golden Globe Award for Best Performance in a Musical or Comedy TV Series for playing a philandering sports writer, Flat Maxwell. 9 to 5 on its 40th anniversary, the feel-good 1980 comedy covers depressing reality. So I'm just mentioning that because if you want to actually read that, since it is related to this article, you can. We are not. In 1980's 9 to 5, Coleman starred alongside Lily Tomlin, Jane Fonda, and Dolly Parton, playing the three working women's chauvinistic and misogynist boss. It goes on to say he was also known for playing Tom Hanks' father in You've Got Mail and Commodore Kistner in the HBO drama Boardwalk Empire, for which he won 2 Screen Actors Guild Awards. His most recent roles saw Coleman in Yellowstone, NCIS, and Ray Donovan. Prior to his career in Hollywood, Coleman served in the United States Army in the 50s. Coleman is survived by children Megan, Kelly, Randy, Quincy Coleman, and his grandchildren Hale, Gabe, Torrance, Louis, and Kai. And Coleman. Okay. Yeah. What a legacy. And also, I don't know if his family will ever hear this, but also I want to thank your father for his service to this country.
Right. And and I hate to say this about liking this basically obituary in there, but compared to the one they did for Popoli, is I mean this is fully respectable on there, and really honestly, how can people deny a lot of the stuff that they said in here because he was good. I mean, if I had a chance of casting him, I would have loved to cast him as a captain of Starship.
I was just thinking that too.
It doesn't need to be Star Trek or Star Wars, but thinking of him.
But I know we say that he's a character actor. He was never a leading man, but do you think he could have been a leading actor on a Star Trek series as a captain, or
he could.
Even if he wasn't the lead, could you imagine if he came in as an admiral?
That too, being a character actor. I think he would have worked better, even though he's more of a character actor. I think he would. It would have. I think it would have hit if he was like on a Star Trek series, in the Captain of the Star Trek series. I mean, nothing to take away from Avery Brooks, but could you imagine him being on DS9? Or can you imagine him instead of having Janeway, or have him on Voyager,
or imagine if he was Archer? Yeah, he would have been an older Archer, but
what's wrong with that, right?
Nothing's wrong with that.
I mean, it'd be great, but we lost a man, and even with his illustrious career in 92 years, I think he was shorted some opportunities.
Wow, he even appeared on I Dream of Jeannie for 2 episodes. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, he was.
Again, he may not have been that leading man, but he was definitely one of those character actors where you know, he brought attention whenever he was on screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I always, even like war games, watching that is like, that it was like he was an attention getter, even more so than Broderick, who was the star because of his role, and
Yeah,
he did it well.
and that's what you want from a character actor like him. They may not be the star, but when their time on screen comes up, they make an impression.
Mm-hmm.
He guest starred on The Love Boat.
Yep.
Popped
Everybody
up on
did them.
Different Strokes, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting. All this other stuff I haven't heard of. War Games, of course, I've heard of. I've watched. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Muppets in Manhattan, like Mike was talking about. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Popped up on
Remember,
Dragnet in
I was 6
87.
years old when that movie came out, so
Like
to even remember that he
Anonymous
was in it. It's like,
mentioned Hot to Trot. It's in that. That was 88.
Yep. And
Columbo,
wasn't
of course.
that was Bobcat Goldthwait in that film, if I remember right.
Yep. The Beverly Hillbillies, of course. 93. That was
yeah,
the movie.
the movie
Mhm.
with
Yeah.
Jim Varney
Mhm.
as Jed Clampett.
And was it Dietrich Bader? He was the Max Bear role. I got.
I think he was. I think he was.
I think so.
It's been so long since I've
Yeah.
seen that movie, and
Yeah, he was. He was. Yeah. He was Jethro. Yeah.
Yeah, Jethro. Thank you.
Mhm.
When I try to think so many names.
I know. It's all good.
Yeah. I got old man brain.
You're fine, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Trust me.
You'll be
You
all
wanna
right.
You want to see all the paperwork on me? I'm not fine. Listen.
If you though 24 episodes, of course, with Boardwalk Empire. If you guys have never watched that show, I highly recommend it. It's fantastic. Great show.
Now, before we wrap up today's edition of Pop Talk, and of course get to the blooper reel, as T-Gap Steve is calling it, of Beverly Hills 414, I do want to let everybody know that as far as open panels are concerned anymore on Pop Talk, they are no longer going to occur month to month. The main reason being is looking back over the last year, there's been more of a hindrance than a help. We've had some people come on who have basically tried to take advantage of the open panel and make it all about them, and haven't done anything to contribute to the conversation that we're trying to have and contribute to what we're talking about. There have also been people that have come on who have disrespected Cash, disrespected Baron, disrespected me, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. So, open panels will happen every once in a great while. Of course, I will let everybody know when they're going to happen, but for the foreseeable future, don't expect to see them month to month. Special guests, yes, those will continue. But as far as the open panels, no. I told Darren and Cash this first before today's episode that after a few open panels, I'm not going to have them as frequently anymore.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Understandable.
They understand my reasons because we've had some people come on and just completely throw a wrench into the whole situation and try to take over, or they have taken over to a point where you try to get control back, and these people just won't give it back.
And honestly,
like I said, they won't focus on the topic that we're trying to talk. They try to talk about something else.
And honestly, Cash and I not only agreed, we also brought up points and reasons why as well. I mean, in basically, well, we were being a little bit more harsh in our opinion about these open ones, but Mike decided to do this once in a blue moon thing. I was for never having them again. I'll be honest. So you can blame me for that. No, I'm serious. I mean, I don't want people
no.
to go and get mad.
Baron's absolutely right. He and a few others were trying to convince me that I should just do away with them entirely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's
and I'm saying this so people don't think that this is, don't want to dump hate on Mike and this was a sole thing as an autocrat of this channel. He came to us co-hosts, and some of us were a little bit more harsh on what we thought about it. So don't think that he didn't fully listen to me. It doesn't bother me. It's his show, and I go, okay, yeah, okay, that works. That works well to it. They're rarer, more appreciative than of having that, and maybe won't have a problem when they're on a full blue moon. So.
Yeah, there have been some episodes where I've had to edit out parts because of what somebody said that I don't agree with, Cash doesn't agree with, Baron doesn't agree with, that nobody should say on a live stream.
Right.
There have been people that have come on to live streams where it's trying to make it a special live stream, and they've wanted to bring the mood down because they're in a piss poor mood.
Right. Mm-hmm. All people are doing is promoting not only their channels but other people's channels, which is fully disrespectful.
When they haven't been asked to. I had to make the guidelines because people were doing that, and people were disrespecting the guidelines.
Just to give an example, there. Imagine that you're working at a Best Buy, or even just like another retailer out there that's not that evil beast. And some guy comes in and starts asking you questions about this particular piece, be it a computer, camera, or whatever, right? And you're talking and you're working hard. You're trying to get that sale, and you convince them, yeah, they want to get that. Then they pull out their phone and order it in front of you on Amazon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, you don't go on to a live stream when someone's explaining why something isn't working because it's happened before. You don't just say right on that live stream, he doesn't get it. When one of the rules on the open panel is respect the opinions of others. Don't go after the other person just because you don't agree with their opinion. And that has happened on Pop Talk. And I am sick and tired of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a difference between I don't get it and you wanting clarification because you don't get it. You're, and it's respectful, but it's like, I don't like that. Why are we talking about that? Why are we watching this movie? I don't like this movie.
Oh, I'm also referring to when I was explaining why Pop Talk wasn't streaming on another source because it's happened before, because the stream key didn't update properly.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't copy and pasted properly, or it's just not streaming over there because they don't have the resources for it. That's when I was streaming Pop Talk on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. And the person said, he doesn't get it. And again, that went against the guidelines. And I can show you guys the guidelines. And that was strike 3 for that person.
And honestly,
naming names.
Well, I call it the cash curse. I call what happened the cash curse. But
sure you do. Sure you do, Baron. Thought it was the Baron curse, but all right. Yeah.
And see, even something serious like this, we're more than willing to throw that little bit of humor in there because sometimes throwing that humor in there hits closer to to what, because we're not here wanting to be lecturers. We're not here wanting to whine and bitch because we're not. We're just explaining, and we're not saying we hate.
I don't want the asshole side of myself to come out because there is an asshole side of myself.
Yeah. Sometimes it's fun to see, but you still want to duck and cover.
But
But
even when we do have the occasional open panels, these guidelines will be in effect. It may not be, an hour or two open panel. It may be the whole stream where it's an open panel, but believe me, these guidelines will still be in effect. Because I've learned my lesson from open panels. Yes, they are fun.
Oh yeah,
they are fun, especially when you have a stream and you intend to have it go for maybe 3 hours and it ends up going for 8 hours because you're having so much fun.
You know why I like live streams? I can be lazy. I can sit back and let all the other people start doing all their talking. You know?
But again, don't be rude to your fellow panelists. Don't be rude to the co-host. Don't be rude to the host. Don't be rude to the chat. We've had people come on and be rude to the chat and say, "Oh, you're on. Oh, you don't know anything. You don't know this, that, and the other." It's like, no, you don't come on here and start basically broiling the chat. No, they're not here for that. No one's here for that.
Right. I mean, which is different from. I respectfully disagree with that, and this is my reason why. I partially disagree with that, and this is the reason why. I mean, again, and that's what's nice about these open chat. It's nice to have these people on here because I do enjoy all these different sides and being part of that and hearing what people have to say or even contributing my take on some of the stuff as well. Because when that properly done and the people come in are doing it properly, it's a great Discord.
Yes, it is.
It's a great Discord. And I love that. Even if I don't agree with someone. It's and they're bringing their points, I'm bringing my points, and we agree. Clarity to agreement is a big important thing. We're being clear about things, and we understand where everyone's coming from, and we can understand why. Which we need more of in this freaking world.
And I've mentioned this before. Please know that on the open panels, I'm still going to have articles, and I'm going to want to be able to get through those articles. Yes, there's always, an exception. There's, leeway as far as, okay, we didn't get through this article. That's fine. But I don't want to be talking about one article and then have someone say, "Oh, I want to contribute to that last article we had when we're already fully into the other article." It's like, well, you should have contributed when we were talking about it. Or to say, I would like to talk now. Well, yeah, you can talk anytime. Jump in, open your mouth. That might sound rude, but seriously, open your mouth, say something. Well, listen.
Yeah, it's like, say that, I got a thought on this, or I have a take on this, or whatever. Yeah, it's like go ahead. I want to hear you talk about
it. And like what happened last June, we had somebody in the chat. I'm not naming names, but we had somebody in the chat when I had a special guest on. And special guest knew I was already going to ask what could be improved on the channel as far as the content, as far as the delivery of the content, and suggestions that you, the audience, have of things that you like that should be concentrated on more, and things that you don't like that maybe should be either cut back on or taken out. Well, we had one person who I consider a good friend of the channel. And what did they do? They got upset because they weren't invited to join the panel during this part of the show. And
okay, I'm going to name names. It was Phil McCracken. I'm kidding, folks.
Oh man,
and,
it's always Phil.
one of the things the person said in the chat was they felt they should be on the panel because they had more subscribers than any of us on the panel. No, you start pulling that crap with me, I'm gonna ignore you.
Right.
But this person, I've tried to reach out to him, and nothing. I've been wanting an explanation as to why they acted that way a
Mhm.
year ago. It'll be a year in June, and nothing. I I can be a nice guy, but don't get to the point where I realize I can't trust you. Not even on a
Mhm.
live stream.
And that's not to besmirch Mike or anybody else. I'm actually, when it comes around my stuff, more lenient. But it's something when I sit back and say, just burn it. You hardly get something like that from me. Mike knows, Cash knows when we talk about stuff in the back. When when I do some of my programs and all that, I'm very I don't know, I wouldn't know if forgiving would be said, but give a little bit more leeway. But there's still, like Mike has, those rules. So if I sit back and go, burn it, it kind of came to that point. And yeah, I think Mike is doing the right thing here with having it once in a while, because everybody, including us, will appreciate it more.
Yes, I agree.
And that's what should be done. It should be something to savor. It should not be immediate gratification.
And I know someone's probably thinking, or they will think, and even say in the comments, "Well, Mike, you should have had better control of your house, and all of this would have happened." Yes, I do deserve a lot of the blame.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Right.
I'm not going to deny it. I'm not going to say, "Well, it's entirely this person's fault, that person's fault, and the other." I do deserve some of the blame for the things that went on, especially when people were promoting themselves when they weren't asked.
Mm-hmm. Right. And and this is where I'm going to get my fault to Mike is this. And people might think he's being an asshole. No, he's a very generous man when it comes to this stuff. He's more than happy to promote other channels. He's more than happy to give someone a way and say, Mike is a very generous person, and he doesn't want to come across as an asshole. He didn't want to go online and start berating somebody online in front of everybody. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to embarrass people. That's why names are hidden to protect the innocent. Our Phil McCracken. But that's just it. Yeah, he could have, with that controlling, but I know Mike didn't want to go out there and cause issues and drama like that on the air.
No, I've seen too much drama, especially in the last few months when you open up Twitter and that's one of the first things you see. I don't want to cause that.
Yeah.
But I want to make it very clear, because I know those people are listening, that I did not appreciate their behavior when they came on to Pop Talk.
Mm-hmm. I hear that every time after a show. But again, that's a joke, just joking around with that. And what shows right there, if Mike lets me get away with my shenanigans, it means you can get away with some shenanigans too. Just don't do shenanigans, but don't be mean spirited.
Yeah.
Don't use it to be a bully puppet. Don't use it to humiliate people.
No, don't do it to embarrass somebody.
If you're on a panel, any panel, don't think that you're the only one that matters on there. That's ridiculous.
Right.
Other people deserve to talk too, and when other people are talked over all the time, it's annoying. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and and this is aimed at you, DJ Ronnie G. Take a breath sometimes. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
but
Jason's right. Jason's right, 100%.
Don't be a dick.
Yep. We all have a litmus test. Baron has mentioned it, and he and I share something in common. If you're cool, we're cool. But if you're a dick, well then, you have no business being here.
Yeah, doesn't matter what ethnicity you are, or a woman or a man. It doesn't matter. Just be cool.
Yeah, be cool.
Even
be
if you
chill.
don't agree with me, be cool.
Stop thinking that just because you come on an open panel that you deserve to also promote yourself all the time when you're not even asked to. You make this your own personal advertisement for your channel. That's bullshit.
Well, on Phantom Legacy, we try to do the best we can. On Phantom Legacy, people should look at that Phantom Legacy and see how streaming's done at Phantom Legacy. Because Phantom Legacy, I mean, honestly, it gets that bad. It gets that bad.
Yes.
You're gone!
Forget strike 1, strike 2. I'm going right for strike 3.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You did it to yourself. I have to tell you this each and every time. You did it to yourself.
Well, but again, like I said, I was just using an example, and it's not just Mike pretty much. Yeah. Oh no, I'm just saying for the others, and it's not just Mike when he has these. I've seen them on other live streams that people have had, where they've had these open mics or open panels, whatever you want to call it, and that's exactly what you're doing.
Yes.
Are they're constantly the only thing they can do about their opinion on something is, I heard this from so and so on another channel.
Well, according to this source, according to that source, this
right.
is happening. Don't you have your own mind?
Right. Why do you need to come into our house and then disrespect us by constantly saying about other people and other channels? Again, that goes in the area of advertising.
There's a reason why I don't read a good majority of the articles that we talk about on Pop Talk ahead of time. It's because I don't want to have a predetermined opinion after reading it, where my answer is already there. I want to read it just as you all are hearing it or reading it yourselves, and then have my opinion.
Yeah,
that's what makes Pop Talk different from everybody else. They've already read the article ahead of time when they're reading it live in front of the audience. They already have their opinion formulated.
Right. And, and that's why it's, I mean, jokingly so irritated before this show, because we started getting into talking about that Lollipop Chainsaw beforehand. It was almost starting to have a show before the show. It's like I was to the point where, hey, guys, why don't we stop now before we get worked up here and save it for the show? I'm getting way too much information.
I didn't even read the article. I was just showing you guys what articles we were going to be talking about, and how much I enjoyed Lollipop Chainsaw when I first played it. And
then Cash.
I don't know who.
Wrong one. Sorry, wrong one. I hit the wrong one.
You know what really grinds my gears?
I'm having troubles.
You're having troubles, man. He doesn't know if he should grind his gears or see nothing.
See, this is what happens when we don't play clips on a regular basis like we normally do.
Exactly. I need my ice cream. I need my ice cream. Where's my ice cream?
Oh man.
And I'm gonna mention another thing. Yeah, I know it's fun, and just a thing to do when you come into the chat and say first one here, but really, I don't care if you're the first person here or the last person here, because as far as I'm concerned, and I've said this before, when you're here,
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
I know some ladies that were late and it got me nervous, but that's beside the point.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Oh, Baron.
No, I didn't, Jace. I took one. I took one of those that like you take. So I'm having a Jace moment. Ooh, shots fired. And being fired, I'm probably fired from 540 now.
We here at 540 Studios, I, Jason Fox, President, CEO, hereby wish Baron Norman Tag the best in his future endeavors.
No, you got it wrong. Hi, Jace at 5.
I was doing the clean version. All right.
I'll go right to it. Hi, Jace. Jace of 540 Studios. Respectfully tell you to fuck off. There. That we got. When you're going to do Jace, you got to do Jace. I just can't do the accent. I wish I could. But no,
another thing I'm going to mention is don't spam my chat. Don't spam my comment section with ways of gaining followers or views or this, that, and the other. I'll just delete it and ignore it.
Yeah, we're here to have fun. That's how we're going to get viewers, by having fun, being unique as everybody else. And going back to that, about being first here, nothing wrong with that. I'm amused when I see someone go in there first here. It's like, okay, funny, ha ha ha. But then when someone starts saying something in the chat and they don't even mention anything like that, and then they go, but I just want to let you know, I was first here. It's like, okay, you're taking this way too serious.
Yeah.
That's when I start having a eye roll, and it's like, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
Yeah, like I said, I don't care if you're the first person here or the last person here. If you're having fun, you're having fun. I'm glad you're here. I'm always appreciative that people take time, even if it's a few minutes out of their day or evening, to stop by Pop Talk, stop by a game stream, whatever it is that's happening, and watch, talk.
Yeah, and participate.
Mm-hmm.
But
if you are liking the content, leave a thumbs up. If you're not, leave a thumbs down.
Right, but still subscribe. and that's just it. You notice that we don't harp on that, like and subscribe.
Hey guys, I know I just said it 2 minutes ago, but make sure you like and subscribe and follow. Okay. 2 minutes later, like and subscribe, follow. Like and subscribe, follow. No.
Yeah.
Doesn't that get annoying after a while?
It does. And the thing, you know why we don't do that? One, we know you're smart. If you really did like,
they are SMRT because we are SMRT.
That's true. That's very true. But again, we're going on the basis that you're smart, and it's like, okay, yeah, I like this. What I'm seeing, I'll subscribe. Oh, I like this. I'm going to like it. Because why do we need to go out there and pander? And that's what it is. It's actually really pandering. It's become pandering, actually. I try not to do it, except in the humorous way. When I do it, it's kind of like having a little bit... no smeat either. No smeat. Get that fucking crap away. And none of that beyond either. But, yeah. It's fun to joke about it now and then.
Smeat, make sure it's not spackle.
Spackle.
The best thing to probably do is just say that stuff at the end, but you don't have to say it 5 times. I'm sure there's other channels out there that want to say it.
Make sure you guys follow, like, and subscribe. Follow, like, and subscribe. Really, just right there. It wasn't even a few minutes, and I'm already doing it again. That gets annoying.
Right. And that's just it. And even like Mike Sapback, if you don't like it, go ahead and give a downvote.
Exactly.
Who would say that? Who would honestly say that out there? Because you know why? In the end run, we don't care. We're still going to be who we are. People are going to come to us for who we are. There might be, people saying, hey, you got to listen to this Pop Talk, especially that Barrett. He's so good and talented with all that. But that's what we go with because that's the old way of doing it.
Wait,
hold on, man. What is it?
What?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, come on, Cash. You know I carry you.
Oh boy, here we go.
That's great. Great. Now Bears become Phil. Phil's like that when we play this Force together.
No,
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
My shoulders are getting tired from carrying you, lazy bums.
Yep. Yeah.
And Baron's going, yeah, that's right. I'm carrying Pop Talk. That's right.
This is what Baron's hoping for after he's doing so much carrying in his mind.
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious shit.
Okay.
Yep.
And Jay's is going, do it now. Come on. Come on. That's right. That's right. Come on. I mean, yeah, we're gonna get silly. We're gonna have fun because part of doing live streams is having fun. But again, if you're going onto someone else's stream, someone else's panel, gauge the room. If they're having a serious conversation, well, I'm not saying you need to fall in line lockstep, but understand what you're getting into.
Mhm.
They may not be all about the jokes
Mhm.
and
I
silliness.
mean, I do. I do. I mean, I know Monday for a segment I'm going to be filming for Pops. I know I just did the whatever, but I'm just using an example. It's not going to be wild Baron. Yeah, fun and having a good time, Baron. But I'm not going to be like I am here. Just like I wasn't that way on deleted scenes. A lot more serious, like we're talking right now. DJ's Ronnie G. I don't care. I have any respect for his channel. So when we was on there, I was acting like myself. No, he wanted us to be like that. We know DJ. He's a good guy. Turtles. He passed that litmus test with flying colors.
But sorry, I hate allergies this time of year.
Hey, Mike, that was in my ear. I just want to let you know.
Well, I'm sorry, Baron.
Okay, I gotta grab a Kleenex and get that clean now. Oh God.
Oh, I could do something now, but it's gonna be in your ear and everyone else's ear, and I have respect for the chat.
Yeah, for the chat, not me.
So I will refrain from doing any sort of vocal noises involving my throat.
You are so magnanimous. Stuff will sneak up on you and hit you. It happens. But I know you try hard not to do that on the air. But I know for a fact, myself personally, things can escape. All of a sudden you're talking, all of a sudden, it's like, where the hell did that come from? Sorry, folks, that was not intended.
Yeah, that's right. I had a mudslide before the stream. That was feeling good. I'm 10 sheets to the wind, but I'm feeling good.
Yeah. You know that scene from Dumb and Dumber with the Turbo Axe? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we're not.
Yeah. Just gauge the room, be respectful to the host, and any co-host, any other panelists, and the chat.
Right.
Simple, right? Unfortunately, for some, it isn't that simple.
No.
It's the spotlight's got to be on me the whole time.
Oh, I know, Mike.
Spotlight's got to be on Baron the whole time. It's got to be on Cash the whole time.
I agree with that.
I mean, yeah, I'll admit I give Cash crap during our game streams when he's going, "Come on, guys, we got to do better." Yeah, fuck you, coach.
Yeah. I give him crap too. That's just how we go.
Come on, Mayflies.
Every show.
Let's go, Mayflies.
Like, really, it's just like I wish it didn't have to come to this, but it's just some people just couldn't behave themselves, and that's all they had to do, and they
wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
right back at you, buddy. Right back at you.
Yeah, back at you, Jace. Fucking Norwegian.
Yeah, we do accept butt kissing though. So you can butt kiss all you want with us. We appreciate that. No, I'm kidding. We're not looking for that either. I mean,
no. Don't kiss my ass. Don't blow smoke up my ass. No, that doesn't fly with me.
Nope. Just know if there's a topic and there's some kind of open panel that you're not the only one that matters on the panel. Other people should be able to talk too.
We love you all. We really do. You are the glue that keeps us together.
It also gets weird when people you haven't talked to in a while comes on and says "fuck you" out of nowhere, and you're like, okay.
Or we've never seen before. Just come in.
I mean, we've had a couple of people come on. We've never seen them before in the chat. We've never seen them anywhere else. and one person trying to find out our stance on Star Wars, and it felt like it was bait. It
Yep.
honestly did. What's
Mhm.
your guys' thoughts on Kathleen Kennedy? What's your guys' thoughts on current Star Wars?
Oh, easy. I got an answer for you on that one. In a heartbeat, I got an answer for you.
You might think everything is okay, but Disney is gonna get you. Kathleen Kennedy's gonna get you. Disney and Kathleen Kennedy are gonna get you.
I'm buggers.
Or somebody came on the panel one time, and all you saw through their webcam was a TV table and a box of Stella Artois. It's like, what the fuck is this about? You guys know him? No, you know him? No, Mike, you know him? Never seen this person before.
Mm-hmm. Now, good choice in beer, but no, I mean, never seen him.
Yeah. So yeah, that's also another thing I've learned. Be always on your toes because you never who's going to come on and what they might say.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be honest. Having open panels has been a learning experience.
Yeah. And we don't hate them. We don't. I mean, yeah.
So Baron, since you're a master of bait, if I'm going to go out fishing sometime this week, what's the best bait to use here in the Atlantic Ocean for the kind of fish I'll be catching?
The black rib knobbler. That's what you need to use.
Baron, I didn't catch a darn thing.
Well, did you use one that was used or not used? That's the big question. You got to use the one that's. You got fish like that DNA.
No, well, like I'm saying, I'm not doing away with open panels entirely. They're just not going to be as consistent, as frequent as they were in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Because for those who may not know, at one point when open panels started, it was each and every edition of Pop Talk.
Mm-hmm.
And no, in case anybody's thinking this, it's not because of the subscriber count. It's not because of being monetized. It's because of lessons learned.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and since we're talking about subscribers and stuff like that, everybody, just want to let you know that next month we're going to be having the Pacific414 drive, membership drive. It is because of you people out there that help support us. We are a tax-free entity in a public-funded group, so please consider becoming a member of Cash. I was going to say Cash Money. What the hell? Of Pacific414 Pop Talk. And when you become a member,
it wouldn't be a member of Pacific414 Pop Talk. It would be a member of the channel where you can come onto a monthly member stream.
Mm-hmm.
And we just have a chill chat. That's all it is. I know. Here I am promoting that.
Well, I
walked right into that. I walked right into that.
And I was going to sit back and finish. And not only do you get those chances of being part of these member chats, and you get a golden spatula from Spatula City, embroidered with the face of course, what we see here, his logo, and the Pacific414 logo on there. So when you're flipping your burgers, or when you're flipping your pancakes,
I'm not driving Pop Talk off a cliff. This isn't Pop Talk and Louise.
And you can also, when you feel frisky and want to do the Aunt Jemima treatment, you can use this logo with Mike's face on it to do that. So please look for that membership drive next month on Pacific414.
And real quick, I do have to acknowledge
what
that we got some new channel members. We do.
Members. Oh, you're always joking, and we got new channel members. Yay! See, it works.
But which clip should I play? Which
I don't know. We don't.
I play this one because Haven't been able to play this in a long time.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
That's a good one.
T-Gap Steve has gifted 5 Pacific414 memberships. Stealth is optional. The only membership here on Pacific414. And
For
Jason Fox.
$99.99.
Jason Fox of 540 Studio has been gifted a membership. Dempsey, the Drunken Poet, has been gifted a membership. T-Gap Steve gifted himself a membership.
Well, are these
He's
random?
rolling the dice. He's rolling the dice. He's going, maybe I can get my own membership. Snake Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, I'm gonna try it this time.
It's like Cash when he was trying to get that game, and all of a sudden we started getting these codes in our chat going. Yeah, here you go, guys.
Arwen Avalon, who will be a guest next month, along with Darth Arlena on Pop Talk, has been gifted a Pacific414 membership, along with. Let me clear my throat.
Okay.
Along with Rod Thunderheart. And a plane's flying over, either Barrett or Cash.
You know what? It's me, actually. I'm surprised that picked it up. Wow, yeah.
And T-Gap says, and on that note, almost time for my last hour of work, so I'll be heading out, guys. Try not to get on any FBI or Norwegian watch list while I'm away.
I'm already on the FBI watch list. I mean,
seems bad.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was kind of nice. Went to the one guy's. His daughter had a confirmation, so he invited me to go there. So it's like, yeah, we're cool. He thinks my memes are funny. He's one of those that laughs before they hit the band hammer. Tells me nothing personal. I understand.
Oh, okay. Watch out for this guy. He's trouble.
But yeah, Aaron, now that you mention it, yeah, I might be giving out some more codes. We'll see.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I heard that rumor. I appreciate it, but garbage.
All right.
That was.
All right. Cash, you gotta make sure I get a good game this time, Cash. The last games that you gifted me, well, with that code, I didn't like them. I demand better games, Cash. I do.
Honestly, one named Garbage, which essentially is bum fights. Come on, Cash.
That's a game that someone made. Those mystery games or something, man. I'm telling you.
I want to try to play it, and if it's appropriate enough. Yeah, and if it's appropriate enough, maybe that should be a streamed game. It's just like,
why not, man?
What the hell?
I was like, hey, let's try out these mystery eggs. Oh gosh, I think the best thing I got there was the Ascent or something. It's a pretty good game.
Yeah.
Mm. I got Garbage.
Yeah, bum fights and that would be funny to stream that though, Baron. Yeah, you should think about that. You really should.
I am thinking. I got to talk to you and get my lesson from you. And
all right.
Oh, does everybody hear that?
I don't know if everybody can hear it.
That's kind of low.
If you can't, put it up a little bit.
There we go. I think that's better.
Beverly Hills 414 blooper reels. We're all taking a shot at this.
Oh boy.
Oh, thank you.
Marco, the Pinto crypto had been in the back of what?
Do you just want me to read it, Mike? Do you want
Grand
me to read
Fireball as Mike makes the daring rescue, Crypto flying through the air, landing on the hood. What the hell?
Oh, these were the explosions you was talking about last week.
Oh my god.
He blurts out as his foot skids on the hood and he falls on his ass, half suspended by the wires attached. I fell right on that prop. Tag along. Somebody get this cookie off my ass. Okay.
Well, it's a blooper. It's a blooper. Come on. That's a blooper scenes that you see at the end of some of these movies.
I know, Baron. I know what a blooper reel is, Baron.
I'm talking
that,
Cash.
Baron.
Confused.
No,
I don't know. You seem
God.
confused. I was talking to you specifically. Cash.
No, it's just these bloopers or something. But anyways, yes, I know what a blooper reel is, buddy.
Marker.
Okay.
Mike is trying to explain to the officer that Crypto isn't actually a hood ornament. I'm sorry for the confusion, officer. Dog knows shit. There he... Gosh. I'm very sorry for the confusion, officer. Don't it? I'm really sorry for the confusion. How many times does this Mike screw up his lines? Because I can guarantee I'd do it more.
I was going to say that. Have you listened to the episode of Pop Talk?
Marker. Baron picks up a package of Thin Mints. Why did you go to the Cookie Ninjas? Come on. The Girl Scout Cookie Ninjas, Baron.
Well, no, I mean, it was on the catering table. You know, the same one that Cash gets when the big stars come to visit him.
Baron picks up a package of Thin Mints and goes to open them. Someone off camera yells, "Wrong box," as the box bursts open with confetti and streamers covering Baron in glitter.
I'm fabulous.
No, this is what I'd be doing. My plan worked.
Yep.
Crypto was attempting his daring escape from the supermarket inside a shipment box of Fruit Loops. The box keeps bumping into things here or there on the stage. Huh? What was that noise? Knocking over prop grocery displays on a microphone stand till Jace just stumps on in and knocks the box over with Crypto inside and closes the flaps and duct tapes it shut while laughing.
It's possible.
Oh, that's when he was sent to Abu Dubai. We get that phone call from Abu Dubai.
I was gonna say, Jay slaps on that shipping label, and that's the last we hear from Cash for a while.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I got that phone call. Hey, Baron, can you help me? I'm in Abu Dubai, and I need some money to get back home. Can you? And I hung up, going, "Oh, spam call."
I don't know. If there's no air in there or anything, I think it might be a problem.
Well, I think Chase did pop air holes for you.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. And besides, it's cardboard, man.
Still, I don't trust it.
Baron is sitting with the Baroness in her car, looking away from the camera as she starts to talk about her plan. He suddenly turns around and faces the camera. He has the biggest, worst giant handlebar mustache over the top of his beard, sticking out of the sides of his face. Looking around as everyone starts laughing, Baron going, What? Looking innocent. Yeah, that's pretty much Baron before every show.
What?
Yeah. What? You know, it's kind of funny. My future son-in-law is working on a handlebar mustache. So funny that they should bring that up.
Close up of Baron as he is about to leap out at the Baroness, and as she turns, she has, the giant, oversized handlebar mustache on her face, causing Baron to startle. Oh my God! You grew a caterpillar.
No, more like, oh, you trimmed it down. Love you, honey.
Oi, give us a kiss, big man. Mwah, mwah, mwah. He says, chasing after him like Yosemite Sam, casing after that rascally wabbit. Glimpses of Mexican Iron Man dying laughing in the background. I don't think Mexican Iron Man even knows he's part of these stories yet, Steve.
I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't.
I think he needs to be told. He needs to. And besides, shouldn't it be like Pepe Le Pew chasing after the cat?
Yeah, it should be.
Let's
see. It says Mike is in the middle of his early monologue speaking to Crypto. Damn it, Baron. I've always told you, I'm Crypto, not Baron. All right? 3, 2, 1. Damn it, Cash, I've always told you. No. Remember, we got the rights to look, but not the name to use? Bah, this is as bad as Officer Donut. Shit, I did it again. Can we refilm that? And that was the blooper reel of Beverly Hills 414. So thank you, TGAP Steve, for that. And I do want to sincerely thank each and every one of you who watched us over on YouTube and Rumble this afternoon. Greatly appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the show and have a few thoughts on some of the topics that we talked about. And if you have anything else that you'd like to add, please add it to the comments section about today's show or say it in the chat before we leave. But before we leave, Cash and Baron. Who should it be first? Cash or Baron? I'm gonna go with Baron. Go ahead.
Oh, hi everybody. Hey, I won the Wheel of Death. Great, cool. So you can catch me. We won't be doing this week on Phantom Legacy for many reasons. We're going into the holiday season, and it's the true Orthodox Star Wars day. And Cash will be going around a convention somewhere. It's a gaming convention. He's going, Barricade, stop playing it. It's horrible. So, he's got to proselytize there. And then his dad's going to hear, yeah, if there's anybody out there who knows a guy who's screaming about Barricade, can you please come to the office? So we won't be having that this week.
Sure. In an alternate universe. Yes. Yeah,
the alternate universe is pretty damn cool. But in all seriousness, though, you will be able to find me and Cash on Thursday, anywhere between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time. I say it, Phil. So just settle it down. On Jason Fox 540 Studio, the show is The Edge, right? Yeah, no, Beyond the Beyond, the Edge, the Beyond. So it'll be Cash, myself, be Kilted, and it'll be Prismatics. So please join us over there. We have a lot of fun. It's a lot crazier than Pop Talk. That's all I got to sit back and say.
Absolutely.
Other than that, a lot of the other stuff I'll be doing, these two gentlemen can fill you in. This is where I enjoy being lazy and let them promote me to them. So, yeah, see, it works. I'm a lazy bum.
Yeah. Hey, Cash, you're up to bat.
No, I'm waiting to see if Baron's going to say something else after he said he's a lazy bum. But anyways.
No, I'm a lazy bum. It's like, no, I'm not going to say anything more because I'm lazy. Don't make me work, damn it.
All right. So, of course, when I'm not with these two knuckleheads, I'm with some other knuckleheads on Thursday.
Look who's talking.
That's right. Yeah, so next week we'll be back with Dark Tide at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time because, unfortunately, Spock will not be able to join us next week on Friday.
Oh,
yeah.
dang.
So no Aliens Fire Team Elite yet. But then the week after, yes. So that'll be fun. And then I'm still working on another Crab's Treasure, which is, like I said, a SpongeBob meets Dark Souls. So that video will be released soon. And then there's some more surprises coming up on the Phantom.
I thought that cream would help with those crabs.
Right. Gosh.
You can't take Baron anywhere.
I know.
Yeah,
you can't. But
never get old.
If you guys like that Dark Souls combat, then I definitely recommend Another Crab's Treasure, because it's certainly got that. Those crabs that you fight are nasty, especially those bosses. So.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs himself. Yeah, give me my money.
That's right.
Oh, give me my money. It's kind of like cash money. He appreciates that because
It's not a liquid. It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, and wouldn't he be dead?
Yes, I would think so. I think...
Well, well, one, he's indestructible. Two, he's on good terms with death.
That's right. Oh, it's Peter is, yes. Oh, those are so funny. Norm Macdonald's death, and then Adam Carolla. Mr. Corolla, yeah, I know they're doing that Mr. Bertram's thing on the Daily Wire Plus, and I was like, this doesn't look very funny, at least from the trailers. Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen that. Yeah,
I've seen.
Mr. Bertram was really actually quite funny on the radio, but I don't know about this show if it's going to work very well. We'll see.
Well, I don't trust a lot of reviews because there's going to be slanted right away.
Right, of course.
But I understand on the previews. I don't think the previews were that good.
No.
But you know my model. You can have bad previews or trailers for a product, and the vice versa. So
right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Anything else?
But yeah, no, that's all just coming up on the Phantom Hooligans. So more surprises and more uploads of videos, and especially the Another Crab's Treasure. So we'll see how it goes.
Mike is his point. He wants to get to his point. It's like, hurry up, Cash! I want my time now.
Right, sure.
And I don't want to cut him off in case he has anything else he wants to promote.
Well, I will. I don't care.
Well, yeah, that's you,
either.
Baron. That's you.
I don't care either, Baron. This is what we do on Pop Talk. But anyways, go ahead, Mike.
I will. Yep. First, before I promote myself, I am going to thank everybody who is here today. I want to thank Low Spec Linux Laptop for being on the Rumble side and the YouTube side today.
Yay!
TGAP C was here. The Padawannabe was here as well. And he was also on the Rumble side, besides the YouTube side. Jet Sparks, thank you for being here. Mario. Bill McCracken, still spreading his propaganda.
Oh, you mean the newest co-host and wingman for Paul over at Phantomology?
Ah, yes. We need to remind him of that all the time, since he loves to remind us about things and drive us crazy with that. So I agree.
Right. Phil McCracken is the soul of Phantomology over there, and Paul's very appreciative of that. So
yes.
Good job, wingman.
Also want to thank Anonymous. To what you said there.
Oh, wow.
You were kidding. You were kidding.
Nope.
This is Anonymous. He's been spicy the last few weeks.
He has.
Can we ban him for a while?
I could put him in timeout.
Ooh. Like for the next 3 years? That'd be wonderful. No, I'm kidding, Anonymous.
DJ Ronnie G.
Nerd.
Lord Crit of Everest Productions.
Yes.
Leia Rose, the Princess of YouTube, and the sole member of the Phil McCracken fan club. And Lorenzo Sleestack. And I also want to thank TGAPC for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yes.
And those gifted memberships, again, went to Jason Fox of 540 Studios. Dempsey, the Drunken Poet. To himself. To himself. The lady, Arwen Avalon.
Oh. Lovely lady. I love her.
And Rod Thunderheart.
I hate to say this, Mike, but you got the microphone to go fast there with that one. Bravo! Bravo! That's how you do it right when the microphone can sit back and go, I can't handle this.
You kidding? I was leaning back when I was doing that.
Oh,
I didn't have my mouth right up to the microphone. Nah.
Rod Thunderheart! How did that do? Did I break up at all? Serious.
It's good.
Maybe you did.
I don't know if we can get Cash to try it, but
Mr. Excitement over there?
Yeah, Mr. Excitement, Mr. Enthusiasm, Mr. Rah Rah.
All right, so what am I supposed to do? This Rod Thunderheart thing?
Yeah.
Wow. Listen to him. What am I supposed to do? This Rod Thunderheart thing.
That's right.
Do you even watch this show? Come on.
No, he doesn't even know that he's on it half the time. He's worse than you.
I know I'm on it. All right, so I'm just being an ass. But anyways, yes. So you want me to try
what
this
else to do?
That's right. Rod Thunderheart.
Oh, not bad.
And that's a 0.5 from the other judge.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you got to do it like you're yelling at us during Dark Tide or Vermintide, or even Helldivers.
You gotta have energy behind it, Cash.
Yeah.
What, do I need more energy for that? I thought that was pretty good.
Well,
you have to think that you're Michael Buffer. Let's get ready to rumble.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes. He blew his mic again.
Well, that time I was really close to my mic.
I know, phrasing, but no, you did.
Baron. Yeah, try it again, Cash. Try it again.
All right. You want me to do it even louder this time? Okay.
Well, come on. Like you're yelling at us during a game. Chastise.
Rod Thunderheart!
Bravo!
Holy shit, he did it. Everybody. He did it. Well, that'll be all we're going to hear about. Hear from him for the rest of the week.
Yeah, well, see, that might have blown his AI programming, or they did a quick write of the code.
He's
going to need a new update. He's going to need a brand new update.
Baron, and I'm going to throw you in the Matrix.
So, what are we up to? The Cash Operating System 5.4 now?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to send you both viruses. So yeah. Anyways.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a threat.
That's right.
Well, this is from a guy who's playing a game about crabs. Yeah.
It's a really cool game. You should try it.
Yeah. See, you're trying to spread the crabs.
But for this week on Pacific414, it'll only be for the YouTube and Rumble channels at 6 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday and Thursday. I'll be playing Stellar Blade. On Wednesday, of course, will be the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern. Now, Saturday, with it being the Orthodox Day of Star Wars, I will be playing Dark Forces at 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. I didn't put that on the schedule when I posted it because I was still thinking, do I want to? Do I not want to? I thought I could do it for a couple hours.
And remember, yes, we are the followers of Orthodox Star Wars, so that's why we celebrate Orthodox Star Wars Day. So
But again, I do appreciate everybody sticking around, putting up with us for these 4 hours, and your overall general support of the channels. Thank you very much. Make sure you subscribe to Baron Norman Tags Fandom Legacy, Phantom Hooligans, and only if you want to, subscribe or follow Pacific414. And until then, remember, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Take care, all.
Autobots, Transform and roll out.
Well, I think that went well. I mean, limited number of copyright strikes for this one.
Baron, we don't have any because we didn't play any videos. That would warrant a copyright claim or strike.
Well, remember, you got a copyright strike from me the other day because you were using my music, and I copyright strike that.
Baron just wants to
believe
be
that.
lazy and blame everybody else.
Baron,
Everyone.
go to